actually out on the track at the moment because I know Martin Henry has been having a particularly eventful morning. So yeah, his ECU was cutting out in the morning. Wasn't quite sure what was going on, but yeah, definitely got some cutouts there. And then he snapped his drive shaft. Just pulling out of the pit lane. Yeah, straight into the first session.
Oh dear.
Second session, sorry. So yes, replace that.
Okay.
But he's still not quite sure if he's managed to fix the issues with the ECU and the car cutting out. So we'll keep an eye on his lap times to see if he has actually managed to sort that or not. Luke Sedgwickowski, I think we're seeing there. Feed's a little bit slow. Yes, in the NSX. So they were having gear shift issues. So they weren't out in the last round. So in attack 1. So, but car's back on track now. So it looks like they've managed to get that resolved. Who else? We're seeing Mr. Spooner as well. Also,
yeah, what happened to him?
God, what an eventful morning he's had as well. So the drive shaft fell out of the gearbox in the first round. And then there was gearbox oil everywhere. That managed to get fixed, went out in the second round and snapped a wishbone. Right. So, and that has been fixed. But also, he's just very much hoping for a whole session where he doesn't have any drama, basically.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to carry a lot of, like, to be able to fix this stuff, he must be carrying all the spares.
It's a lot of spares and a lot of patience, and I think it is possibly wearing his patience a little bit thin. But yes, and like I say, these are all the trials and tribulations that the drivers actually go through to get the cars out on track. And it really is quite something, so it's been quite eventful.
Yeah, the screen briefly made it look like it was wider on one side than the other, like it had a bigger wheel arch on one side than the other, but I think that was just the light playing a trick on me, and he hasn't got some kind of asymmetrical track width.
So I think what Darren was saying is you might actually have to turn it down a little bit because obviously, you know, it's proving problematic today. So might turn it down a little bit, get a few, or at least get one good session where he doesn't have to fix something between the sessions. Because yeah, quite a dramatic start to the day for a couple of people.
Yeah, it's good to see him back in time attack. Of course, he's had some time out, which is always nice.
And then just looking down the list. Obviously, you kind of had a catch-up with Ilya.
Okay, what's he been up to? See, he had some kind of issues, didn't he? I heard.
No, I think the car's running okay today.
Okay.
At least not as he told me, so...
Yeah, no, I guess it's fine.
Yeah. So, you know, as you were saying, always little things that you want to kind of like change and improve. But yeah, they had a small fluid leak just onto the under tray.
Yeah, that's what I heard. Right. Okay. So.
But I think that was from the gear shifter, because they're on the sequential box. They said they just top up the fluid and we'll keep that going so that you can get back out. But yeah, nothing terminal at least, not compared to some of the other teams that we're seeing. So what have you been seeing up here, times-wise?
Yeah, I mean, Simon Norris is very much, I mean, he is literally in a class of his own, but of course it just also is in a class of his own. Very, very fast, and so is Luke, actually. And we can see that here. That remains the case. So Luke Sedgwickowski in that Tegua NSX, still 3 seconds faster than his competitors in the Pro class. So Bradley John as well. Yeah, I'd say hot on his heels, but not really. It's quite a big gap, actually. Luke's got a really big advantage here. You know, it's 750 horsepower, thereabouts. Quite, I guess, a wedgy, low frontal area, low drag car, I guess. And then you have Josh Barrett, you know, quite far adrift, actually. Look at that, 8 seconds adrift. It is a long track, so of course the gaps are going to be big. At a shorter track, that gap would be smaller, and it wouldn't be quite as striking as this. But I think Josh Barrett is at a bit of a disadvantage here. Firstly, this Caterham's got absolutely no aero efficiency whatsoever, and it doesn't have the power either. And I think Kieran and I touched on this quite a lot. We have the Caterham might have the power to wait to compete with the other cars, but on the straights you just need the raw power number. The power to wait is going to help you maybe pull out of the corner, and then once you get onto the Bentley straight and once you're getting all that drag, you need big power to punch through that. And I think Luke's NSX is doing a very good job of that compared to the other car, especially Josh Barrett. I think he's really struggling in the Caterham, but he would have probably expected that. I think he would have come here knowing that the others are going to have the legs on him a little bit. Be interesting to see what Martin Henry manages.
Well, it's good to see him back out on track, but again, I mean, I would guess based on those times that he's still having this intermittent ECU issue. So I will see if I can get some time to catch up with him after this session. But like I say, he's had an eventful morning. And I think what I'm seeing as well is just that this circuit is quite hard on the cars, and especially the highly strung cars, because you've got these huge straights where you are just pedal on the metal for the entire thing. But what that means is at the end you're going incredibly fast, and it's quite wearing on the brakes as well. So you've got heavy braking zones. Very fast corner at turn 1, but again, from the speeds that especially these pro classes are reaching, they've really got a lot of speed to kind of like shave off to be able to get around there. So heavy on brakes, hard on the engine as well, where you've just got these big long straights. And if anything, the infield is perhaps a little bit of a relief.
It's hard. Our screen's a little bit choppy. I thought Martin Henry was going very slowly there, but I don't. I think he's just being careful. I don't think he's had another issue. There goes Ilya Krylov in the Haltech Clio. I don't think we've seen a great deal of him today, actually. I think he's kept a reasonably low profile. He's got all the new lights on his car, which do make it a lot more visible.
They are very bright.
They are very bright, yeah. It's much easier to tell now if he's on a hot lap or not. So I think that's a really big improvement. And it's a small fix, it's a small change compared to some of the other stuff that we see. But it's an important quality of life fix. And I think it's important to not only chase the headlines and have all this wacky stuff, which, Ilya already has plenty of, to be fair to him. But, it's important to just do the normal stuff as well. And, the quality of life, just the overall quality of the build is very important as well. It's like people will put fancy wheels on their car and never do an oil change. It's like that kind of thing, right? You want to get the fancy stuff, but you've also got to make sure that you're getting the basics right. And I think this was a small but very important upgrade to Ilya's car during the past few weeks.
It's quite interesting in terms of, as we were saying, big circuit, but we're actually seeing these cars close together, and you'd think as opposed to brands where you have to really battle with the traffic and find that clear air in which to go for your hot lap, would hope that Snetterton 300 there is plenty of track.
Yeah, especially like there's 9 cars at the moment, right? So you'd like to think they'd all have a nice bit of space. Somehow during the Attack 1 session, we saw, I think it was it was the clubman classes that were actually still quite congested. But I think we have like 29 cars in those classes running in that session. So I think despite their best efforts, there were still these little concertinas happening, and suddenly we'd find quite big clusters of cars together. Yep. And here where we've just got the 9 of them, you'd think they'd be able to focus just on their raw pace and the traffic stuff would sort itself out. Martin Henry there looking actually quite racy as he begins his flying lap. So maybe if we can take a look at his lap time. 3-minute lap was his last effort, which was quite slow. But I think towards the end of that, as he began his next flying lap, it looked like he was actually getting ready to turn up the pace. So we'll keep an eye on those sector times. Because I think Martin Henry might have found a little bit of pace there, so that'll be quite interesting. Bradley John here as well in the Evo. Let's see what he can do. Let's follow him round for a bit. So no improvement there in Sector 1.
And as you were saying, there's not many cars out in these classes, but we're actually down a couple in Pro as well, right? Because we've not got Colin Dorwood here today. We've not got Andrew Barber here today as well. So again, more room on the track. On this big track for people hopefully to get that clear lap.
Yep. No improvement in Sector 2 either for Bradley John, but he doesn't have the cool down light on either. So I guess this is just a nice sedate kind of lap, neither particularly hot nor particularly cool. It's just one of those laps, but we might see an attack commencing now. Actually, well, are those his headlights? I guess those are his headlights. They don't have DRLs, do they? So I guess those are headlights. Looking quite racy there as he comes into turn 1. So I think this lap might be a hot one. Quite a few cars. Oh, in fact, the checkered flag is already out. I just saw a few cars in park for me. So I'm not sure whether Bradley John's going to be able to turn this into a hot lap, given that the checkered flag's just come out. I didn't see if it came out before or after he crossed the line. I think that was actually quite a quiet attack too from our Pro class cars. But you know, let's just watch Bradley John as he comes around. All seat time is important. You know, I don't think we have actually any professional drivers in the time attack fold this year. So, you know, all the seat time is valuable because outside of the world of time attack, they've got jobs and families and so on. So all the seat time is so important. It's all know-how, it's all experience, it's all insights, especially those that have telemetry and all of the sensors and stuff. You could see actually Bradley there setting a personal best Sector 1. So at least, you know, with a little bit of a breakthrough there, he's understood what he's got to do in Sector 1 when it comes to the super attack later today. But now slowing right down for the next... Oh, in fact, he's not just slowing down. I think he's had a breakdown.
I wonder what's happened there then. And that may hold up.
Yeah.
Getting the next class out. So I'm not quite sure where he's pulled over there.
Yeah, I mean, it won't be a red flag because we already have a checkered flag. But I think we will have the associated delay that we get with a red flag because now we have a car that needs to be recovered. You can see the ignition's off, lights are off. So I think that car is now stranded. So we'll see Bradley jump out. But I think that's a car that's going to need recovering.
Yeah, so as I was talking to people, tended to fall into one of two camps, and that's either everything's going okay, and we're a little bit suspicious, as you can be with the pro cars, because they are very highly strung, or everything's been disastrous every round. You know, Martin Henry, Darren Spooner, both having, like I say, eventful sessions in the morning. But Bradley John was actually one of the cars where they're like, everything's going fine. Everything seems okay. So, yeah, we didn't really see any indication of there being a problem when he was out on track. So that was just on the last few corners.
Yeah, it was interesting. He so on that subject, Ilya brought his Clio to a little private track day that a bunch of us did. You know, just 40 old friends with little funny Japanese cars rented out Llandau in South Wales for our little gang track day. And Ilya brought the Clio to that because he wanted to do some passenger rides and share the love and stuff. And he did so little running because these cars are so highly strung. You know, if there wasn't a passenger, he didn't go out because it's kind of like almost not worth it because there's so much stress and risk to lapping these cars. Like you can see, everything seems to be going fine, and then pop, suddenly, with no warning, very little warning, it's no longer fine. Well, that concludes our Pro Classes Attack 2. So I think we're going to need a few minutes perhaps to recover Bradley's car, wherever that might be, stopped on the track. And so we will be getting our Club Classes Attack 2 underway in just a few minutes.
So this morning I'm catching a little bit of time with Rich Smith from Club Two Wheel Drive. So welcome to the event. You've had quite a tumultuous season so far. I think this is the first time we've seen the car. You've had a good first round. Tell us a little bit about what's happened, or a good first session so far today. Tell us a bit what's happened at the other rounds.
Well, so obviously we started off Cadwell beginning of the season. First 2 rounds went well. The first 2 sessions went well, picking up speed all the time. Third session, brilliant. You know, I was cracking on, really sort of dialing it in. Pushed a little bit too hard, snapped a drive shaft. And unfortunately, that was the end of the day. The way the drive shaft sheared right flush with the gearbox and damaged the oil seal. I had another drive shaft, I didn't have another oil seal. So I sort of let myself down a bit. And also, I found out afterwards, I'd lifted the head and the head gasket was pretty much knackered as well. So took it away, got all that repaired over the course of the period between that round and Donington. Done a little test there at Donington, all went completely pear-shaped, blew up my back box straight away, set fire to a brake hose, straight line down the Melbourne loop, and ended up back in the trailer after half an hour. Got it ready again for the weekend for Donny for the time attack. Back there again, 3 laps in, 4th gear let go in the gearbox, no 4th gear whatsoever, so back on the trailer again, watching over from the pit wall, everyone else. Brands getting the gearbox rebuilt, still wasn't done by then, so I thought take the time. So I had a nice long period, 5-6 weeks between the last round I competed in and this round to really get some bits done. Gearbox done, new clutch, some sort of bespoke carbon panels done, bits and pieces like that, and an opportunity to make sure everything else was sort of where I needed to be or where I wanted it to be. So sort of come here today feeling apprehensive, anxious about the car and where it stands, hoping that it holds together. First session done. I'm quite happy with it. Coolant temperature stayed down, brakes held up, gearbox held up, clutch held up. Everything was where it was. Time was okay, relatively competitive. 2nd and a half off the top guy in my class. First time I've ever been here, so yeah, more than happy with how it's gone to start with. So if it can carry on that way, and to be fair, if it stays the same today and I don't break anything else, I've had a good day.
Yeah, you've just had the worst luck so far this season, but yeah, fingers crossed it stays good today. And as you were mentioning, you've got some like custom parts on the car, and I think that you've been involved with making yourself. So can you tell us a bit about those?
So I think most of the carbon stuff on here, well, pretty much everything I've done myself. These have been a bit of a labour of love over the last sort of 4 or 5 weeks. Had to make the moulds off of original doors, resin infused the outer panel, wet lay the inner panel. So basically the standard door weighs around about 32-33 kilos, I believe, fully built, everything, door cards, the lot. My doors were fully stripped out, the bars removed, everything. They were around about 14 kilos, 15 kilos. This door without the glass and the mirror and everything else was around about 3 kilos. So it's a significant weight saving over box standard, and even more of a weight saving over completely gutted. So, you know, there's probably 20-25 kilos I pulled out of the car from that alone, which is good. Obviously, like you say, you've got the front panels and the rears. They're actually underneath them, they're the ABS performance panels that I've just wrapped over the carbon, skinned them in carbon. Obviously done some modifications down there to flare the arches to deal with the 255 tyres. Front splitter, obviously, I built that myself. That's the same as, obviously, everyone probably that's watching this might know Rusky Wellfab, who does his splitters and that. Same sort of principle to the videos he does. Laminate foam, laminate, resin infused. So nice, really light, really strong, quite a bit bigger than the upper click ones. So yeah, really enjoyed that. Door cards or other bits and pieces, but I think we're up to a point now where we've got quite a bit of power. I'm trying to improve stuff as I break it, make it stronger. Now the best thing for me to do is strip more weight out if I can. So it's just over a tonne at the moment. So if I can get it down below, I'd be very happy with that.
And what kind of power are you running?
It's just over 400 at the moment, yeah. So it's obviously Roadcheck supercharged with the T2 impeller. So it's about 18 PSI, which is quite a lot of pressure. So yeah, so far it's good. It's quite enjoying the straights here. So yeah, it's just a matter of building everything else to take that additional power on that boost now.
And so what made you choose Time Attack as well?
So myself and Dean, who I share the garage with, again, you've obviously interviewed before with their VX. We started off sim racing during lockdown many years ago. Absolutely loved it, got involved in lots and lots of leagues. Never really driven track at all. We never owned track cars, never been on the track. Come out of, moved forward a couple of years, coming out of all the COVID lockdown and everything else, we decided we'll get yourselves a couple of cheapish track cars to go with. Well, I bought a little Clio for about £1,000 and it lasted a week before I said to the wife, no, this won't do, I need to spend too much on it. So bought the Honda. I told her it was already done, it was built, it's fine, I don't need to do anything to it. I don't know how many thousands later it is the way it is now. So we didn't.
Still married though?
No, we are still married, so yeah, I know, and I've done all right there, to be fair. I've got away with a lot, but we started doing track days, but both live within 15 minutes of Alton Park. A lot of track days there, but we had sort of a competitive edge and a nature that we'd like to, an itch we needed to scratch as such. So we decided to join up Time Attack. We enjoyed the hot lapping. We door to door, maybe something move on to the future. I've spent too much money on this to smack it against anything else at the moment. And I don't think my anxiety could deal with that level of pressure at the moment.
You'd have to get back to making the doors again.
Absolutely, yeah, per round, I think, yeah. So yes, we decided to have a go at this. We've always followed it, watched it, enjoyed speaking to the guys, been to a lot of the rounds as spectators, so it was nice to actually come and participate, although it's been limited for me so far.
Well, fingers crossed today goes much better for you. Good luck out there, and yeah, we look forward to seeing what times you set.
Thanks very much. Cheers, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Another really interesting interview. I think for me, again, one of the highlights of the Lucas Oil live stream is the interviews. So thank you to Susie for that, who filmed that a bit early. If you're wondering how is she in the commentary box and interviewing people at the same time, the answer is the interviews were filmed a bit earlier today. But yeah, 18 PSI, 400 horsepower, supercharged Civic. Very interesting stuff there from Richard Smith in the DRS Racing Honda Civic Type R. And also I thought it was very interesting what he was saying about him not wanting to do wheel-to-wheel competition, going door banging with other people and so on. And this is, it was last year where Jamie Biss, a Time Attack competitor, was giving me a hand in the commentary box. We were joined by Maz, one of the Time Attack staffers, Motorsport UK Drift Pro judge, and he just happened to be hovering around, and he knows a lot about the history of Time Attack in Japan and so on. And we asked him, if Time Attack was conceived as the ultimate test of driver and machine, why are we just looking at lap time? Why don't we race them wheel to wheel? Historically. And what he said, and the penny really dropped when he explained that, was that so much work goes into these cars, so much money, so much effort, so much custom stuff, custom bodywork, custom aero. There are cars with very little parts off the shelf. You look at let's even say Racing Honda's Championship, a lot of these cars are, Honda EP3 shells with coilovers and a cage, and off you go. Not to say that all of them are, but a lot of them are. Whereas Time Attack cars have so much one-off custom stuff that you don't want to risk them racing wheel to wheel, because if you need to replace something, you probably will need to build that part yourself, go and build that door yourself. Back in the day, it might have been fiberglass. These days, carbon fiber. You've got to sit there and do all of that yourself again. So a lot of Time Attack drivers don't want to race wheel to wheel because of the one-off nature of a lot of their car.
Yeah.
So yeah, very interesting stuff there from Richard Smith, who put into words exactly, it brought me back to that conversation we had with Maz, where he said exactly that. Like, he's sat there laying up all this carbon, he's put so much work into this. Oh. Luke Capehorn has stopped on track, he's waving out of the window, I'm not sure what that means. But he is in a very precarious position. He's not really managed to make it far off the track, perhaps through no fault of his own, so unsure what's going on with his car there. Anyway, let's take a look on our start-finish straight. We have David Dyson in the GT4 RS, who ended, I think, Club 2-wheel drive Attack 1 at the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, I think this car is very well suited to this track. It's a perfect balance of it's got the power, it's got the amazing handling, and it's, you know, David's a fantastic driver, and it's just very, very well suited to it. So I think we will see that reflected in the times. I mean, we've got Johnny Fletcher at the beginning now, and Johnny was just telling me he has no idea where he's going. So yeah, he said the middle of the circuit, the infield is just a complete mystery to him, and it's just a new surprise every corner. Is how he describes it. So, but yeah, and I think David possibly a little bit more familiar with this track as well.
Ah, interesting. I mean, this is very, there we go, red flags come out for Luke's car. There's no way the session could have continued with that car parked where it is. That's a very bad spot to put a car because it's so close to the track. So, you know, there is a risk of something else coming off in the same point and clobbering into it. So, yep, red flag there. But it's interesting what you were saying, Susie, about the GT4 RS, because that is very much a factory-built car with not really any compromises, right? You look at, let's say, other track factory special. You take a Lotus Elise, and you think, yeah, it's good at handling, but it's a bit down on power. Or you look at, I don't know, a GTR, and you think, yep, it's like very fast in the straights, really strong brakes too, but it's like a bit heavy, a bit chunky. The Cayman GT4 RS ticks a lot of boxes.
It
really does.
Yeah, it really does, straight out of the factory. But then even David was saying, because I believe he's got a GT3 RS
he does,
as well,
yeah, well,
and he was saying there is a difference between the GT4 RS and the GT3 RS. With the GT4 RS, the rear suspension, I think he was saying the rebound isn't as good as on the GT3 RS. So he said you have to be a little bit more careful with it over curbs. So yeah, even then, differences between the cars. I'm just wondering, where's Luke actually stopped on the circuit? It must be quite far towards the end. Obviously, it is such a big circuit, and we're just looking out and trying to also identify which cars are going past. Yeah, so maybe it
looks like perhaps
at the end of
bomb hole somewhere. The producers have just come into our ear. They got all the cameras everywhere at all times, so perhaps that's where that is.
So at the end of the long Bentley
yes.
straight.
Yep. And that looks like perhaps quite an involved recovery job. You can see the legs have come out on that truck with the crane, so it's going to be a lifting on crane type jobby.
So I think Luke was one of the people that I spoke to earlier, and he said they were bleeding his brakes because, again, and this circuit is very heavy on brakes. There's a little bit of a detour there. But this circuit is very heavy on brakes with these long straights.
Yeah.
So obviously big speeds that you're getting up to on the straights, and then you have to kind of scrub that off for the corners. So I wonder if it's something related to that.
Yeah.
If it's at the end of the straight, maybe he ended up with no brakes, which would be particularly scary at Snetterton.
Yep.
And especially like very scary coming down the Bentley straight, because you've got not one but two corners, right? So you've got the left-hander, but then very tight right-hander, and then you come up to bomb hole. So yeah, it'd be interesting to have a catch up with him and see what happened there. But it's a real shame to see him going out, because obviously he's had an eventful season as well. So and we know he's a very, very fast car, and could be really on the pace when he's got no issues going on with the car. So it'd be a shame if he doesn't make it back out for the next round.
So let's take a look down the pit lane then. So our cars all lined up during this red flag stoppage. So while Luke's car gets recovered, so Neil Wren at the
Very
front.
happy
So
to see him back out.
So what happened to him?
Well,
do you know?
I feel like I jinxed him because we had a conversation, and then I came back round the pit lane and he was being recovered in. So I believe his intercooler came loose. And he luckily he realised this, and he was able to pull off the track to the side before it came off completely. and yeah, they were able to kind of like recover that and put it back on. So I was very worried I jinxed him, as I said. But yeah, it's good to see him back out on track. And I believe he set like a really great time in the last session as well. So so
look,
really
look,
fantastic
you can
to
see the composite stuff on Richard Smith's Civic there. Wow,
yeah, so lots of different types of carbon fibre around the car.
And some kind of camo carbon.
Yeah, so camo
right?
carbon on the doors, which is the first time I've ever seen that, and it's very cool. Looks almost like a kind of snake print or snake skin. But yeah, just different materials. I think he said he does it for work. So yeah, experience of using all these composite materials and yeah, getting a bit of a chance to show off. It looks very flash as well. Very into camo carbon.
Somehow I've not really seen a great deal of that car, so I think on my next little walk around I'll make an effort to do so.
Yeah, well, as he was saying, he had so much drama in the first couple of rounds. I believe snapped a drive shaft at Cadwell. They had gearbox issues at Donington. Had some issues when he was testing at Donington before the round at Donington, then gearbox issues, and so he just had a number of issues, which mean we actually. I mean, I spoke to him this morning for his single round entry because we've not seen him very much on track. But yeah, he's very much in for the full season, so it's good to see. Fingers crossed. I don't want to give him commentator's curse.
Yep.
But yeah, it's having much more successful day today.
Yeah, and good to know what went wrong with Neil's BMW, right? Because I think as far for a lot of people, I think having your intercooler come loose would be quite a downer.
Yes.
but in the world of Neil Wren, that's actually not too bad. Just arrive back, Jubilee clips back on, bosh, bolt it back on, off you go. Like in the world of Neil Wren with that car, he's got off pretty lightly there.
Well,
touch wood.
If you can, problems that you can fix in the pit lane or in the pit garage, if you can wheel the car out for one session maybe, and fix those are the problems people are. I wouldn't say happy to have, but okay with having. It's just obviously, if it's something more serious, and then that's the end of your day. But yeah, it looks like that got reattached to the car, and we're seeing him back out and lining up. Not quite back out on track yet, but yeah, lining up to get back out on track. And then one car we are down. I'm just looking. Yeah, so obviously we've got the Club 4-wheel drive cars in this session, and we are going to be down Andy Grady.
Oh, well, yeah, so what happened to him?
So he spun a bearing. But he was saying that the engine has lasted him, I think he was saying about 5 years since it's been built, which is pretty good going for a very highly strung Evo, like 4G63 engine. That's pretty good going for that. But yeah, unfortunately that is very terminal today. And yeah, not quite sure.
Dear.
We've got, I think, 4 weeks to Alton Park. So not quite sure if we'll see him back out for that, because that's
it's doable. It's a question of how much money do you throw at it, right? To get the right person's attention.
But he's also not the only...
get to the front of the queue.
Yeah, and that's it. He's not the only car with GR Performance. So GR Performance runs a number of cars present with us in Time Attack, and cars running in other series as well. So they're very busy, and yeah, it's just whether he can fit that time in. But yeah, absolutely gutted for him, because he was, again, having a really good season. And had a lot of drama and teething issues and trying to get that DSG gearbox working like fluidly last year, and everything seemed to come together this year. So, but yeah, unfortunately, as we know, as we were saying, again, highly strung cars, highly strung motors. You're expecting, a huge amount of power from these engines. Like, what we're talking, like 3, maybe 4 times the original power output.
Yeah.
And so, at the end of the day, things do go wrong, unfortunately.
Got the leaf blower on Alexander Volkov's GTR.
So this does not surprise me though with the brakes, as we were saying. So GTI is 1750, 1800 kilos. That's a big, heavy car, and huge amounts of power, as we know in this. So I can only imagine. We'll have to actually check it out. Yeah, what he's. Let me look actually.
Well, I thought.
It's not down the.
We don't have it on the.
We don't. It wasn't a flying lap, was there?
No. No. So the speed trap only displays. Yeah.
Yeah. So incredible speeds is doing that down the straights.
Yeah.
Huge amount of horsepower in that car. Rooms on maybe 4 figures. So when you're trying to stop that nearly 2 tons of car at the end of a straight, when you're going, I don't know, 170, 180 miles an hour. that's a lot of work for your brakes to do. And I think that's why we're seeing a lot of drivers. I'm seeing a lot of people changing brake fluid. People quite a few people reporting issues with brake pedal today.
Yeah, this is why light cars are the best. Light, low-powered cars are the way.
Yeah, but 1,200 horsepower in a light car is going to be a real handful.
Yeah.
That's it. It's you give and you take. It's very hard to get maximum power, the least amount of weight. All of these things are interplay between
so that's
each
what
other.
that Cayman gets right.
Yeah.
Right. It does lots of things with very little compromise.
Yeah.
Whereas most cars, there's very much the upside and then the corresponding downside. It's like the cursed monkey paw. Right. You wish for one thing and it gives you that, but also a corresponding negative. I really enjoyed maybe last Time Attack meeting or the one before, where we had a red flag. Alexander Volkov's GTR was in the pits, and you might remember this. His family were pushing the car, rocking the car backwards and forwards, so that the brake pad doesn't melt onto the disc.
Yes.
To keep it turning. So even though it was in the pits, they were rolling it backwards and only by a foot or a meter or so. They were rolling it forwards and backwards just to stop the brakes binding on because they're so hot. And yeah, I think the red flag is quite a big risk for Alexander Volkov in that GTR. 10 minutes remain in this session then, so as you'll see on the Lucas Oil live stream, that has now been green lit. So let's see then, our drivers are going to need to take a few laps to get everything up to temperature. Dean Taylor there in that.
So I'm very happy.
Oh my, he's got something flapping.
What
was that? He's got some damage to his bumper. And you can see it all bouncing around.
I was just about to say, Dean also having had a really rough run so far this season, so I'm quite happy if he's having a day without drama. But like you say, I think maybe the front bumper on the driver's side looks a little bit loose there. So yeah, obviously we've got splitter on the front of the car, and that's kind of like pushing down. And as you're going around corners, that might be kind of like touching into the ground. So.
Oh, yeah, headlights. So, he knows something's wrong.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I think that's just dropped down there. You can see, I think the splitter's like literally touching the ground in some cases. So we'll have to nurse that back round. Hopefully nothing terminal, and they can get that fixed back up. Because yeah, like I say, Dean's had a particularly rough season as well. So he's had a few dramas at every round so far. And when I caught up with him this morning, he was saying actually the day's going really well today. So hopefully, again, fingers crossed, that's something they can manage to get easily fixed.
Big sudden stoppage as well from the. I think that's Nicholas Good.
Yeah, pulling off the circuit there.
I mean, you end a Time Attack season, I think, a much bigger person than you start a Time Attack season. There's so much to go wrong and so much you need to learn to fix and manage. Every year, new things go wrong and you have to learn how to deal with those. But I think Snetterton has been, really quite testing today for all kinds of odd stuff, like this bumper issue in Dean Taylor's car. It's not something that we see very often. But the surprises in Time Attack never cease. David Dyson in that lovely, balanced, as discussed at length, GT4 RS Cayman. Interesting that he kept the 911 as well. I thought he went from one to the other, but he's got still the 911. I guess this is his cheap little track car compared to the 911 GT3.
I don't know if he's still got both. He was just comparing both. Okay. I'm not quite sure. But yeah, obviously, as you say, fantastic track car and doing very well. But like you say, very well suited to just most tracks, just due to the setup of it. It's not ridiculous amounts of horsepower.
No, I think
we've got some cars in there with way more. But yeah, very neutral chassis, great handling car.
Yeah. I mean, it's not necessarily, we're not necessarily hugely biased towards these cars, and it's perhaps not something that you or I would have against Time Attack. But credit where it's due. This is a factory car that really manages a lot. So I think Porsche have done a really amazing job with that car. I don't think I've heard from anyone negative things about that car. Everyone seems to have a great time of it. Alexander Volkov then. You can see him now coming around, I think, down the Wilson hairpin. Yep, so he's just entered now the new infield section, new to many of our Time Attack drivers. Comes through Palmer now. Let's perhaps follow him around as he now comes up this kind of straight, but not really straight into Agostini.
But it's interesting, when there's a yellow flag out on circuit, then, as we were saying, with the length of the lap, by the time you get round that, and you know that's an entire lap gone, and you get back round to the same place again, then that's a whole kind of like 2 minutes that have gone. Yeah. So actually the time it will take to actually clear that means at the moment, so Johnny Fletcher is leading Club 2 Wheel Drive. Oh, there's a little little slide there from Alexander Volkov, like really pushing that. You can hear the tyres screeching as well, like really pushing that to the limit around the corners. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see the times and see what can be done now. I believe we've got green all the way around. So.
All the way around or not? Yeah, it looks like there are people setting personal. So David Dyson actually just set a personal best to a 4.0. So yeah, we are green all the way around. So we can set personal lap.
So a little bit of a delay till we see the times start coming in. But yeah, we should see them starting to come free now then.
Faster sector 1 than anybody. Alexander Volkov just set. Chris William, quite a few people joining the chat, joining the stream, so thank you for joining us. Chris Williams, hi Time Attack and chat. Chris Williams of this parish, Time Attack driver who I think's taking a bit of time out. James, the Captain Cook, is excited to get a car that might be using retro and classic motor cigarette. Interesting what you got there, James. So put that in the comments. What have you got? That's a classic retro. Has this round got Pete Rushforth and the minis in?
Not in this round.
Not this round.
So this is Club 2 Wheel Drive and Club 4 Wheel Drive, and then we'll see the minis out in Pocket Rocket.
Yes. So if you just hang around for a little bit, we're going to get this session done in 4 minutes, and then you will see all the minis out in anger for Pocket Rocket Force Induction. So stay tuned for that. And of course, thank you for joining us on the Lucas Oil live stream. You can see the other FK8 Civic there, David Frost, in the Dream Automotive TBOM 2021 Civic with that Martini-style livery. Andrew Kime there also wiggling his way around that kink. Like you were saying, Susie, I think a lot of drivers trying to find their way around this new infield section.
Well, that's interesting because that seemed to be about the same place. I don't know if that's coming on to
it
the end
did,
of the
right?
Bentley
Yeah.
Straight. So
I think that's just how they're tackling that bit.
Yeah. I mean, I hope it's not that, and definitely not any fluids or something else on track.
Yeah.
Interesting. So David Dyson, we see that definitely looks like he's on a cool down lap.
Yeah, and David Kime, one of the few naturally aspirated cars that we have.
Andrew Kime?
Andrew Kime, yeah. Oh, is that
you said David Kime.
Just checking. because there's also David Dyson, who is the other naturally aspirated car.
Right.
So I blended them into one. But on our driver notes,
superpower.
Yeah, on our driver notes, Andrew Kime says he's the only NA car in Club 2 Wheel Drive.
He is.
Which is not quite right. So we also have David Dyson, who's also naturally aspirated. But I know what he's trying to get at. We do not have many naturally aspirated cars in Time Attack anymore. Most of them. Oh, Neil Rentz just spun. Where is that? Okay, that's the. Yep, Agostini there. Thank you, producers, for jumping in with that. Yep, so just putting the power down onto that straight, and it spun around. Very torquey. these 335i's, especially like Neil said at the start of the day when talking to Susie, bigger turbos, naturally bigger intercoolers and radiator as well. But of course that torque can come in one lump and you're coming out of a slow speed corner, and sometimes the car can end up pointing the wrong way if it's rear wheel drive. Mike Butler in the other E92, this one of course an M3. He's been around Time Attack for a little while now, quite a few years, I think maybe since 2016 or so. So Mike Butler's current best, a 207.5. So yeah, these are fast cars, right? These are long laps.
Yes, they were saying that the car is definitely down on power today. I believe they changed a fuel pump.
Is this one supercharged?
Brands Hatch. This one is supercharged.
Wow.
Yes. Changed fuel pump after Brands Hatch, and I think that means the car is now running a little bit rich, which means it will be down on power, and they need to check the map. So perhaps not as much power as he's wanting from that car here today. And especially as we were saying, this is Snetterton definitely rewards these big horsepower cars. And we're seeing the one series there of Neil Robson as well. So he was saying he's got a new spoiler for this round. So
nice.
We've seen him out before. So this is Neil, as we were saying, he's building a Corsa, I believe, for Time Attack. And then the one series, I believe, he bought just to enter because the Corsa wasn't ready. And now here we are.
Didn't he borrow
round
that car
4.
Didn't he borrow it and then liked it so much?
I think
what was the deal there?
I think he bought it.
Oh, right, okay. I thought his friend lent it to him.
Oh, maybe.
And then he ended up buying it or something.
I think it has turned, as many cars stories do, into a slippery slope.
Yeah.
And here we are in round 4, and we still see him in that. But he's got a new spoiler for this round. So yeah, you can see he was just saying, just trying to get a little bit more downforce over the rear end, because the rear end quite a little bit lively on that. But he was saying really helping with the grip around the infield today. Wow.
Yeah, because it's quite a fast. Palmer and Hamilton are actually quite fast. You think infields are always very tight, but because Snetterton's so big, even the infield's quite fast, with the exception of Agostini.
And of course you've got Coram as well. It's like a really long corner. It goes on for a long time, so you can carry a lot of speed, but then at the end you've got to scrub it off and turn the other way as well. So it means
that the downforce does come into play here, right? Even on the infield section, which you might assume is slow, at Snet it's still fast, and so the downforce there really coming in handy. So that's the checkered flag for our club classes Attack 2. Let's take a look. So I've got some issues with the timing screen, but if we quickly run through the provisional finishers. So it's Volkov at the top of club 4-wheel drive, ahead of Taylor. Well, that's it, just those two. And then David Dyson at the top of club 2-wheel drive with a 204.0, ahead of Fletcher, Capehorn, Wren, Butler, Kime, Smith, Summers, Robson, Frost, and Good. Those are our provisional results, and we will be getting our Clubman classes Attack 2 underway in just a few minutes. So our Clubman Plus Pocket Rocket, naturally aspirated Pocket Rocket forced induction, and classic and retro cars are lining up to begin their Attack 2. And in the meantime, I believe we have an interview with Dan Buckingham.
So I'm grabbing a quick couple of minutes with Dan Buckingham. So good afternoon, Dan. How are you doing?
I'm great, Susie. I'm great. It makes a change to come to Snetterton, and it's actually sunny and dry and not Wetterton, as we all know in Time Attack land.
It's weird, isn't it?
It is. Usually we're here in October doing a 200 circuit, and like we just said, it's usually torrential rain and whatever else. So it's coming here around warm weather, dry tarmac. It's
everyone's confused.
Definitely. And they're doing the 300 circuit as opposed to the 200 circuit as well. I've never done the 300 before, so yeah, I'm learning as I go today.
Oh, so you've never driven it before?
Never.
How are you finding it?
different, very different. It certainly gets a lot of getting used to. Obviously 200 exactly the same, but 100 infield, different braking points, just try and find my way around. Hopefully this afternoon go a little bit faster.
Yeah, so it changes it up quite a bit because you've got obviously very long, fast straights, but then the infield is quite technical, isn't it?
Yes, a lot more what the Civic is used to, more technical and stuff. High speed is not where it's designed to be, not where it is anyway in the clubbing class.
So you think that should suit the Civic then? So a bit more time to come this afternoon, you hope?
All being well, yes. Put my foot down, yeah.
And obviously in the championship it's really getting close now, isn't it? I think there's 1 point between you and Annie.
At the moment, yes. Come 6 o'clock this evening, it'll be a completely different perspective. Annie will be championship leader and much deserved. She's come on leaps and bounds this year. So yeah, it's certainly heating up, but hopefully my local track at Alton Park next time, so hopefully it'll get me on back.
And it's really good to have in a close battle as well, right, isn't it? It pushes both of the drivers on.
Definitely. It's what drivers want to do, it's also as well what you guys at home want to see as well, so it's great to watch.
Yeah, and you won the championship last year, right? So
I did, yes, reigning champion last year. Annie said to me over winter, I'm coming for your crown, and she's definitely bringing the challenge. So, and there's also as well Clive as well. Clive's got a new car, changed from the Scirocco. He's took a couple of rounds getting used to the Golf, and Clive isn't a million miles behind Annie, and I'm currently sitting in P3 in class today, so I certainly need to pull my finger out this afternoon and get my foot down.
So tell us a little bit about the car. So you got the FK8 Civic, but it's pretty stock. You're in Clubman, or?
Yeah, so clubbing class. So from an aero point of view, very stock standard. Obviously, it's got livery on there. Doesn't look stock, but yeah, it's stock. Other than brakes, suspension, remap. Got the remap redone by Paul West last week. A little bit of extra horsepower, but all throughout the rev range. Again, that's taken a little bit getting used to. But yeah, it's pretty well set up, and again it is probably a track day, very good track day club sport spec car that you see.
So what sort of power are you running?
Running 400 horsepower.
Do you ever, is it cooling issues or?
Yes, so the FK8s are renowned for having cooling issues. So one thing I want to do is do vented bonnets, which what Nick and Dave in Club 2 Wheel Drive have got. So I want to do that, but obviously I'll be moving class then. So plan for winter is a lot of aero, cooling and whatever else, and step up to Club 2 Wheel Drive next year.
So, it's Club 2 Wheel Drive next year?
Yes.
Interesting, but never-ending list with the car, right?
Never-ending list, it's growing and growing and growing, and yeah, the wife has said it's going to cost me quite a lot of shoes and handbags, I think.
Well, fantastic. We look forward to the battle between you and Annie then. We'll keep an eye on that this season. Good luck out there this afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Thanks then.
Cheers.
Great stuff. Thank you, Susie. Oh, I mean, you're right here. So how did you manage that? You were here the whole time, and yet you were also interviewing...
Magic.
Magic.
I'm not telling anybody. I will patent it.
And pretty good timing on that, actually, because as that interview finished, Bosch, the session has gone live.
So yeah, obviously just having the chat with Dan there, so I think keep an eye out, definitely in Clubman class. I think, well, as they were saying, actually, the battle is between Dan with Annie, but also with Clive as well. So Dan's not been to the circuit before, so very much kind of like learning the infield, as we're saying, like as half the drivers are. But yeah, I'm going to keep an eye out for them and see how that changes throughout the day. Definitely going to be a battle going on in Clubman.
Yeah.
And 1 point between them in the championship so far as well. Yes, 1 point coming into today. So, but I think Annie is out for that lap record, and that gives you an extra 5 points, I believe, for the championship. So setting the lap record, and because the lap records was set in 2019, it is quite a while ago. So I do expect to see quite a few of them tumble, and that's an extra 5 points in the championship. Could make all the difference in the championship.
Yeah. And you can see immediately. I'm not sure it's all these jets flying around, which is quite fun. Actually, we have an RAF base not too far from here. Maybe it's to do with that. It's the red arrows. The producers have decreed, perhaps. So
there's a few.
There's
been a Spitfire and a Lancaster. So
treat.
something else to keep your eyes on.
Yeah. And you can. Also, on track, you can see how immediate the difference is in terms of traffic, right? This is actually quite a busy session.
Yes, going from, what do we say, 9 cars?
9, yeah, from 9
and so now
to
into 21.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, 21 out there
big
at the moment.
difference.
So, yeah, definitely more of an issue about finding that clear lap in traffic.
Yeah.
And this is what we're saying. If it doesn't go according to plan, the time in which you have to kind of like line up again for that perfect lap, there's a long time between those. So, yeah, really, I think there's quite a lot. There's a lot of tactics going into getting that clear air and being able to actually, keep your foot in for that perfect lap.
Yeah, and you can see Annie there just letting Clive come through. And I think in the less populated sessions, let's say if your lap is ruined for whatever reason, and you lose a lot of time, then perhaps you only have yourself to blame for that. Mm-hmm. But here, there's so much traffic. And even if you do everything right, you move off track, you let the other car come through, sometimes you can still cause a little bit of a delay there.
Oh, yes. Sorry, very distracted. Red arrows, I believe, with some smoke on the edges.
So yeah, even if a slower driver, someone on a cool-down lap, does everything right, they can still unintentionally impede your lap a little bit. And then suddenly you've lost also a big chunk of time, not really through any fault of your own. Annie Thompson in that very angry-looking Exige.
Well, this is another car I think is a brilliant example of not too much power, an amazing chassis, so brilliant handling characteristics, and again I think in a similar kind of vein to the Porsche.
It is, which is why
we don't see many of them here. Like not, I don't think people modify them hugely. We did see one. We used to have a Lotus a long time ago, but yeah, not had one in the championship for a little while. But I think a perfect clubman car.
Yes, and I'm sure there are great reasons, but I'm not entirely clear on why the Cayman GT4 RS is in Club 2-wheel drive and the Exige is in Clubman. Because, like you're saying, in my head they occupy very similar space. But in terms of being a car, I think the Exige is a far worse road car than a Cayman is, than the Cayman GT4. In terms of
headroom
and space inside the cabin.
Oh, they are not glamorous to get into or get out of.
But the Cayman GT4 RS really takes a lot of boxes. Really, really impressive feat of car building. Interesting to see Dean Riley's VX220 and that Exige, because these cars are distant cousins. One being powered by supercharged Toyota V6, the other
big flame out the back.
Flames. Looks really cool.
But Dean was saying he feels he's really down on power, and I think when we're comparing to, like, as we see Annie following him there menacingly in his rearview mirror, but Dean is a brilliant driver, so he's going to be great on the infield, but I think his car is going to be down on power, and we'll see what happens when these two get onto the straight.
I love that on these mics you can hear lots of supercharged somethings whirring around. I guess it's the Exige, but of course the various minis and so on as well. But the shot is of the Lotus, and I guess it's also doing lots of supercharger noises. There you go. You can just hear that now.
I'm just loving the flames from Dean's VX220 on every gear change.
Do you know? Is this because he had an engine that caught fire, didn't he? Is this still the backup engine, which is why he's down on power?
Right, I'm trying to remember.
Also, these planes are very loud, aren't they?
I don't recall. I have to check in with him. But at the moment, and obviously that was the kind of first flying lap, so Dean was the fastest car. So as we come round, and we're seeing Annie there behind him, so it'll be interesting to see these two go over the line, see if anything changes. seconds. That does sound like Dean.
Wow.
So supercharged.
He's also just put in a faster lap than anybody else. 206.3 there from Dean Riley. Incredible effort in that VX 220. I'm not sure that we've seen this before. And you know, this is attack 2. This is a point scoring session. You can see he's just pulled off to the side to cool off straight away. He's put in a phenomenal lap.
Yep.
And thought, okay, I'm going to cool stuff off now. But although it's been close throughout between Eden, Mark, and Dean, I don't think I've actually seen Dean lead that battle at any point. But not only is he leading, he's also faster than anyone else right now. It would be interesting to see what Eden might have to say in that fight, but I think he's had drive shaft.
He has
troubles.
sheer drive shaft, so we're not going to see
Sheer?
him. Yes.
Whoa.
Yeah,
Wow.
unfortunately, so
Wow.
just no chance of fixing that today. So yeah, unfortunately, we're not going to see him back out on track.
Wow, that's a strong effort.
Yeah.
Shearing a drive shaft. We also have another single round entry, new name in Clubman, Serene Georgia, 251.2, his current best, which looks like perhaps an outlap or something like that. So I don't think we've seen a great deal of running from him. A great team name, though, not another Civic.
I'm also getting a great view of Jay McToldridge's A6 as well, so it's fantastic to see that back out.
Yeah, nice little bit of movement there as well as he came out of the Wilson hairpin. You could just see it squirming a little bit as it was putting the power down.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic looking car. He's not actually on our entry list, so I guess it might have been a bit of a late entry. Oh yes, he is. Apparently, I can't read.
And you've got your glasses on. You got no excuse.
I have got my glasses. Yes, I really do not. But yeah, fantastic to see him back out. I believe he joined us last year for Snetterton.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing Snetterton might be a bit of a favourite of his.
Yeah, I guess it's his local track.
Absolutely fantastic looking car. I love this car.
I really like the fact that it's quite low key actually. For it, there's no stickers, not really much in the way of aero either. It's just a very self-assured, low key, cool build, which of course makes sense considering who it is and what he does. It makes sense, but it's just a very ice cold build. Yeah, something I'm quite jealous of. Really, really cool car.
So yeah, now going back to Mark Donnelly, so we'll see. Checking in with them, they were having no problems today. And it'd be interesting to see if Mark can close that gap to Dean Riley. So
Quite a big
currently
gap.
sitting on a 209.907. So yeah, this is it. It's hard to tell. It's like maybe that wasn't a flyer. Maybe that he wasn't like really kind of like pushing that and feeling the track out. Because yeah, Dean's lap is actually it's fantastic. Fastest lap of any car on track at the moment.
Oh, you can see Mark Donnelly set a fastest than anybody sector 2, personal best sector 1. Is that what you said?
I didn't see the sector time, but that's why
Yeah,
I'm looking.
yeah, yeah.
I'm keeping my eye on him to see if he comes round and sets a. He's going for a flying lap this time. So.
I mean, he's got a big gap to close, right? He's got 3 and a bit seconds, but you know, he's just making his way through now. Let's see what he can do.
2 cars. Let's see on the timing screen.
2:08.
Oh,
so okay, he takes a second out of that gap, but he's still got quite a long way to go. He's still 2 seconds adrift, but faster as sector 2 than anyone.
Yeah, so it's really interesting. As Dean was saying that he was down on power, but that hasn't affected his lap times here. So he's obviously been, and I think he was another person that was saying he's never driven the 300 before.
Okay.
So again, he's obviously finding his way around that infield brilliantly. Just looking down at the battle going on in Clubman. So for Annie Thompson is currently leading Clive Hopwell and Dan Buckingham. It's about 2 seconds between them, which, you know, on a circuit like Brands Hatch is quite a big difference, but obviously it takes so much longer to do a lap around Snetterton than we are seeing actually seconds of difference, whereas some of the cars that we're seeing at Brands Hatch were like within 0.1 of a second of each other.
Yep.
So
think it's interesting. We had a few shots there of Mark Robert. We've got Stephen House on screen now in that 350 wheel horsepower Mini. But we had a few shots there of Mark Roberts in the 213. Little bits of locking up there from Stephen House. And that 213 Clio, hot on the heels of Jay's A86. Two cars that probably actually weigh quite a similar amount. So Mark's Clio, sub 900 kilos, so 950 kilos with driver. And one of the few Clios we have that is still running a Clio engine, the F4R, is still in the car of Mark Roberts. We have quite a few. So Steve Wilco's Clio, for example, K-swapped. Mark Blackburn's car still has the F4R, and Mark Roberts still has the F4R as well. But yeah, sub 900 kilos. There's Mark Blackburn now on your screen, the number 130 197 Clio. Apparently a massive weight difference between the 172 and 192 Clio. These two Clio driving Marks often share a garage, and they were explaining to me the difference. And there's something like 150 kilos difference between these earlier Clios and the later Clios. It's the same engine.
Yeah, it is huge.
But huge difference.
And Stephen Wilson was actually saying earlier that he's been suffering from understeer in the first 3 rounds. So, and he's been battling that, and he's actually had his top mounts machined out. So he's been able to put a lot more camber on the front. And so I think he said he's gone from about 2.2 degrees to like 3.5.
Wow.
Which is a huge difference.
Yeah.
That's on a 50% again. And he said it's made an absolute world of difference. He said he's got virtually no understeer.
Nice.
But now he's having to relearn the car again because it's got so much grip in the corners. So I mean, fantastic. We're going to see his lap times improving again. But it's good to see how the cars are evolving over the season as well. And it just also goes to show the difference, the difference in a good setup, a good Geo setup, I think it surprises people if they're not so familiar with cars, and when they get into cars and driving on track, the difference between, I once had my Geo put on the wrong way round, and I had my settings at the back accidentally put on the front and vice versa, and it was terrifying. So it had no turn in, was very loose, and then was very loose on corner exit and just wanted to kill you. So yeah, I couldn't hit an apex, but then on the exit of a corner, I would lose the back end. So yeah, it makes a huge difference, and even just tiny but degrees. I mean, degrees a huge difference there, but like minutes. As we're talking with people today, talking about changes that they're making in terms of like Toad, Jay Biss, who's on the screen at the moment, was stringing up the car to...
Oh, was he?
Yeah, so this morning to...
I really want to learn to do that. That seems like such a useful thing to do.
Yeah, it really is. And we see a lot of our drivers doing that in the paddock. And obviously, where they're out and pounding over the curbs and really kind of like running these cars hard, it can alter throughout the day as well.
True.
So being able to check you're still within the tolerances and still in the geometry setup you want is really important on the day.
What a great looking car Jamie has. Actually, going back, it was the same Landau track day. Jamie once came to one of them. I think it was last year, track day with the gang. And I managed to, he borrowed his dad's GT86, and I jumped in as a passenger. Jamie is very, very fast. And this light front engine rear wheel drive theme, he's very, very, very good at that. And you can see that MX-5 really moving. Very, very impressive. But, similarly to tire pressures, which is such a simple thing, but so effective, corner weighting in Geo, which again, you don't really get any new bits. You're not adding or buying anything. You're just tweaking what you have. It makes a massive difference.
Yeah,
massive.
Yeah, it really does. And that's why when we're talking about the balance of a car, and getting a car that's got this very kind of like neutral chassis and not too much weight on the front end with the engine, as most front engine cars have. Always a
bit of a wobble there, yeah.
Definitely a little bit lively on the rear end there. But yeah, getting that balance very neutral, and then as you're saying, like corner weighting and trying to get that split evenly is really like a critical part to getting a car that handles well, or as close as possible within the platform that you're using.
Yeah. I mean, not everything. A 911 is probably never going to be 50-50. But you want to.
But it massively affects the way the car handles, right? And that is the default way that the 911 handles as a result. So it's really fascinating to dig into.
Clive Hopwell in that Golf R, the MMT Performance Machine. Currently second in Clubman behind Annie Thompson. So Annie Thompson with a 208.3, Clive Hopwell 209.6. So just over a second then between our two Clubman front runners. We have the single round entry BMW M2 of Richard Stevens. A few more seconds adrift of that. Oh, what's just happened? Something's moved around on the timing screen. So we have the number 185 machine of Gary Papworth. He's just set a 209.8. New personal best there for him, which puts him to the top of the Pocket Rocket forced induction class. So he'll be pretty happy with that. Dan Buckingham makes up a place. He's now fourth in Clubman. So interesting battle there at the sharp end of Clubman between Annie Thompson and Clive Hopwell, like what Dan was saying to you earlier in that interview. Again, something I really like about the new stream this year is that chance to have those conversations with our driver builders about what they've been up to. Really, really fascinating stuff.
Just really hearing the tyre squeal there from Clive Hopwell, just really kind of like pushing that. His new car this year, right? So he was in a Scirocco last year, and this year he's in this Golf R. But you can really hear the... Yep, there you go, making full use of the track there, and possibly a little bit more, but yeah, you can really hear pushing the tyres to the limits there with that car.
Yeah, a little bit of rallycross there from Clive Hopwell.
And he's got, I was just looking on the timing screens, he has got a little bit of time, so 1.3 seconds to make up to Annie. And Dan Buckingham has improved his time as well, so a 2:10.9. So yeah, only a few seconds between them all.
Very interesting moment there from Clive Hopwell as he came through that final sequence of corners. So it's out of Coram into Murray's. And of course, you are, so firstly, your car is pitched in one direction because you're coming out of Coram. And then you're also hard on the brakes. So all of your weight does all kinds of funny front biased things and leaning the wrong way. But also, of course, this car does have some of that power going to the rear, from what I understand. And it tried to pivot back round itself. And you can see the brake lights there flashing on that car. I don't know if that's a telltale that it's doing some kind of stability control stuff, or was that Clive thinking, this is a bit unsettled, let's try to get on the brakes and slow things down. But I think that was a very interesting sequence of corners to watch a hypothetical slow-mo replay of, because I think you could see the stability system kicking in there. Yeah, very, very interesting.
So we saw Mark Donnelly just turn his lights off there. So after that flyer of a lap, he managed to set a 2:06.8,
yep.
So which is very close behind Dean. It's the closest anybody has been able to get to Dean Riley in this session. And now we see the checkered flag is out. I think that is the closest we're going to see.
So Dean Riley ended that session faster than anybody else.
He did,
He'll be very happy with that.
But I think Mark Donnelly, as we're seeing, I think he had the fastest sector 2 on that last lap, and then really able to kind of like close that distance to just a couple of hundredths of a second.
So that's going to be one to watch in the super attack. For now, the provisional results then: Dean Riley of DRS Racing, faster than anybody on track in this session, 2:06.6. And he finished ahead of Mark Donnelly, and then McToldridge, Greenhue, and Georgia. Bugger Rocket forced induction then. Papworth on top, ahead of House, Langley, Tataris, Biss, and Rushforth. Clubman, Thompson ahead of Hopwell, Stevens, Buckingham, and I think I've just done that one. Apologies. There's so many classes and so little time. Bugger Rocket naturally aspirated then. It's Barker ahead of Wilkinson, ahead of Batchkovich, Roberts, Emmett, and Blackburn. Those are your provisional results for Attack 2.
just to mention, I think for Classic and Retro, this is a lap record. I'm just looking down for Clubman. This is a lap record. For Pocket Rocket lap record. So again, I think it's been a while since
the game's come on
here,
so much since then.
Lots of lap records being set today.
Lovely. So next up then, we have the Racing Hondas Championship Race 1, after which we'll be back for the Time Attack Super Attack. But for now, after a little break in just a few minutes, it's the Racing Hondas Championship.
Alrighty folks, from Attack 2 for Time Attack onto some racing action. Our first racing action of the day, and it is Race 1, Round 7 of the 2025 Racing Hondas Championship. And as you can see, they're all lined up present and correct in the assembly area, ready to go. You just saw the front row pair of Will Self and Phil Wright. You've just seen there the most of Liam Collins' Honda Integra. There is Tommy Knight's EK9 Honda Civic. Dan Brown, good to have him back. He's the reigning Class A champion, only here for a one-off cameo appearance, and looks as though they managed to get that car fixed despite it pulling up midway through qualifying. I suspect it was a similar issue to that which he suffered in practice that saw him having to replace the drive shaft. There's the man that leads Class A in the championship. Kevin Talbot comes into this weekend. Looking at the standings, he came in with 82 points over Phil Wright with 68 points and Will Self on 62. Another car welcome to see back as part of the Garage 24 stable is James Allen in his Fast and Furious inspired EG Civic sedan. Here's Dave Buki, head of Kinetic Motorsport. He is in the number 51, that beautiful looking white EK Civic. And we've got two of the EGs, our two Kilted K-Squaps drivers all the way from Scotland, Bob Barron and Fraser McNeil. A little flash of the headlights in there too as well. Now this is a present sight as well. We saw him pull up in qualifying. Dan Thackeray has made it onto the grid, so the car will start 11th and in Class B pole position. Here's one of the cars next to him is going to be James Kiff. He was one of the sensations when he debuted at Brands Hatch. Excellent starting for him. He got a 7th and a 5th overall, which is really impressive. James Alford in his another EK Honda Civic, if I can get my words out. Good to see him on the grid. He is looking to start in 13th on the grid, lucky for some. And he'll be trying to make his way up the orders. The cars now get the green flag to make their way onto the grid for a 15-minute race. I guess the big talking point is going to be, as we see Ryan Cunningham and co also make their way out, is looking at the skies overhead. Are we going to get some precipitation? It's held off all day, but as I was walking to the commentary box a couple of moments ago, right at the end of that last Attack 2 session, it was looking rather grey and overcast and had the feeling like it might just want to start sprinkling a few bits of rain. I guess the question is going to be if it's going to rain. If it is, how severe is it going to be, and for how long is it going to rain? Because most of these drivers, I'm certain, would have gone out there with pretty much dry setups unless they're anticipating the weather. Well, before we get racing underway and before we get the formation lap underway to go through the grid, our roving reporter Charlie Harman was in the paddock earlier on, and she was also talking to a few more drivers. Here's an interview from one of them earlier on this morning.
Right, I'm here with Will. Now, Will, you're one of our Class A drivers. Going into Snet, how are you feeling?
Not sure. So it was here Thursday testing, and the weather was nothing like it is today.
Yeah, it wasn't ideal, was it?
No, it was pretty biblical. They shut the track at sort of 11 o'clock. It was raining so heavily, so it was an interesting day, but learned nothing as far as helping today. So going into sort of practice and qualifying, having not driven the car around here in the dry, so not really sure. It's a long lap. I know, like Phil's done a lot of laps around here. This is local circuit.
Yeah, he has. Yeah.
So trying to get up to speed as quickly as possible. So that we can have a good fight at the front.
Yeah, no, definitely. Obviously, a few mechanical issues at the last round, all sorted?
I think so. It was a fuel supply issue. One of the fuel pumps failed, so effectively what I've done is put the whole fuel system in the bin and start again.
Okay.
So hopefully that's all good now. Got a bit of a worry about the gearbox this morning.
Oh no!
It's making some funny noises, so I'm hoping that lasts today, because I could really do with not having more issues and starting from the back of the grid.
Yeah, definitely. As I say, you were a bit unstoppable in the beginning. Obviously, a few mechanical issues let you down, but fingers crossed.
Yeah, I think it might be interesting to see what I can do when I'm not starting from 10th on the grid.
Yes, yeah, definitely. No, 100%. Oh, perfect. Thank you so much. Good luck today. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. Good to hear from our pole sitter, Will Self. That was prior to qualifying, as the 1-minute board goes up. And we're getting set for our first of 2 15-minute races today. It seems quite odd that we're going racing for the first time today, only at roughly 22:03, which is a bit ahead of time, given that we have made a bit of time from today's activities and swiftly worked through the timetable. So thanks to all of our officials for working so diligently to get this race meeting going forward as quickly as possible. So they're all getting set to head around the essentially 3-mile circuit. 2.969 miles is the official length, 4.779 kilometres. And Will Self looking to try and capitalise on that scorching pole position time, which also set the new lap record. In fact, everyone that set class pole positions got new lap records, because this is the first time on this particular layout at Snetterton that the Racing Hondas have raced. The previous 2 years, 2023 and 2024, were on the shorter, more original 200 layout, where they came through off of the Montreal hairpin, then just flick left onto the Bentley straight. Whereas here they're utilising the full 300 circuit in its entirety. So the green flag flies, and Will Self will lead them off onto the formation lap. And once we've done that, we will take you through the grid of how they line up. So Will Self on pole by 1.5 seconds. He will head them off from pole position. We feel right alongside him, the 2023 champion on second position. Liam Collins and Tommy Knight on the second row of the grid together, Integra and Civic EK. Then Dan Brown, good to have our 2024 Class A champion back in fifth on the grid, alongside the points leader in Class A, Kevin Talbot. James Allen, for his second appearance of the season after he debuted at Cadwell Park, his new Fast and Furious style Civic starts 7th, and Dave Bucchi, boss of Kinetic Motorsport, in his EK Civic will round off the 4th row of the grid in 8th. Back to the bottom of the top 10, we find an all-kilted K-Swaps EG row with Bob Barron ahead of Fraser McNeil. Then Dan Thackeray, despite the drive shaft problems he had in warm-up and qualifying, has got out to start from Class B pole position alongside James Kiff and his Honda Integra in Class A. James Alford's Honda Civic EK9 comes next in 13th on the 7th row, alongside defending overall champion Ryan Cunningham in Class B, Carnival 1. Then Lewis Barker for Europa Crash Centre, and Sam Linson for Ben Sharp Racing makes up row 8. Row 9 is where we find our other Kinetic Motorsport car, which is Sammy Milo alongside Spencer Fortag in his FN2, then Duncan Holloway in the Souls EP3 Civic for Honor Motorsport, who are also running Kevin Talbot from this weekend onwards. He starts alongside Luke Crassus-Medi to round off the top 20, and then it's Class C pole sitter Matt Rowling, who's alongside Callum Houchin on the 11th row of the grid, with Anthony Allett starting from the back of the grid in his Honda EP3 Civic running in Class A. So 23 runners ready to go for 15 minutes of racing Honda's action here at Snetterton in Norfolk. The Snetterton circuit has been in operation for quite a long time. It started out being at RAF Snetterton Heath, which was a World War II US Air Force air base that opened in 1943. Closed in 5 years later. Started racing here in 1951 on the airfield layout, and managed to convince them. And they used an original 2.71 mile layout. In fact, they used to have a very long straight. Where the Bentley Straight was, it then turned off to the left, and then was what was the long Norwich Straight. And according to some facts I put here, it had a tight hairpin that was marked out with oil drums and Christmas trees, incredibly. 1965, they put in the first chicane, which is what we used to know as Russell, which is now Coram and Murray section. There was a shorter circuit, which was in 1974. That eventually phased out the older circuit until 1980. That same year, they also ran the first ever 24-hour race in the UK, the Will Hire 24 Hours. That ran for 14 years until 1994. Also ran the first ever Formula Ford Festival here for 4 races from 1972 to 1975. And then Jonathan Palmer took on Snetterton Circuit in 2004, changed the layout in 2011, and these days it hasn't hosted any international events yet, but it still runs championships such as BTCC, British GT, and British Superbikes amongst its headline championships. So the cars make their way around onto the formation. Now, 3 classes, classes A, B and C, all separated by power to weight ratio. You also get points for the top 5 positions in qualifying, which means that Will Self would have scored himself 5 bonus points for qualifying in pole position. It would have then been Kevin Talbot, Phil Wright getting 4 points for second, and Collins, Knight and Dan Brown. Well, Dan Brown's, yes, he would have got points registered. So 3-2-1 for them. It would have also been 5 class points for Class B for Dan Thackeray, who starts 11th, and also 5 class points for Matt Rowling as well, being on top on Class C. It's the field making their way around. As you can see, if you're first time watching racing Hondas, there's a real variety of cars here. It's not just a single spec of car, it's not just a single spec of Honda Civic or in particular Honda. There's lots of different specifications. You've got the older, the new, the more contemporary, the future cars as well. You've also got in there not just Civics, but Integras in there as well, both DC2 and DC5. And we love to see more different models. We love to see Honda Jazzes, CRXs, others on top of that, even NSX. I'd love to see someone like a Honda Beat or a Jazz turn up or something like that, a Prelude, something different in the championship. We've got a great variety of Civics and Integras, and it really does make it one of the most popular championships for a single make in the country, and it is the best Honda championship in the country if you love variety and good, close, competitive, multi-class club racing over a single make. So Will Self then, with his brand new qualifying lap record, lines up on the front row of the grid on pole position. He is the red Honda Civic EG on the left with the black bonnet. Watch for Phil Wright in the silver and yellow EP3 Honda Civic alongside him. Second row to watch out for, it's the practically all black DC2 Integra of Liam Collins, and then the almost touring car-esque looking blue EK9 of Tommy Knight. Third row is the all black EG Civic of Dan Brown, and then you've got the almost Jordan 191-esque tribute liveried Integra DC5 of Kevin Talbot, and also watch for the likes of the 2 Kilty K-Swaps cars, the silver and yellow EG Civics respectively. Last couple of cars just getting into place at the back of the field, watching for the green flag, and when the red lights go on, as you know, it's all calm and quiet until the VTEC kicks in, and it will do in a few moments' time. Green flag at the back then. Stand by for action then. It is round 7 of the 2025 Racing Hondas Championship. Will Self on pole position. Can he translate the qualifying form into his second race win of the season? The red lights go on. Red lights go at any second now, and we are racing. Clean start from the first couple of rows. Good getaway from Dan Brown from row 3. He's challenging both Liam Collins and Tommy Knight to the outside, down towards Richie's corner, but it's from pole position on the inside line. Will Self will hold on. It's almost 3 abreast of the pack for third place as they turn into Richie's for the first time. There goes Talbot round the outside of Collins. So Collins has got a horrible start. He's back down from 4th to 6th already. He's been passed by both Dan Brown and Kevin Talbot as they go into Montreal for the first time. It's 180-degree hairpin, named after the same hairpin that is in the Circuit Gilles Villeneuve in Canada, which the Formula 1 circus uses. Everyone's got through the first couple of corners nice and clean. It's what we love to see. Side by side now for 4th as there goes up the inside. That was Kevin Talbot getting past Dan Brown, so the championship leader not wasting any time after a less than satisfactory qualifying. Dan Brown comes back at him on the inside, has a little peek, but now look at that, there for third place. So Kevin Talbot is not wasting any time at all. He's passed, off the start, he has passed Liam Collins into turn 1. He's then passed, that was Dan Brown into Palmer's and into Agostini. He tried to get past Tommy Knight. Knight tried to fight back on the inside through Hamilton but couldn't make it stick. And now they come back towards Oggies, the double apex right-hander. There's a big scuffle going on for third, down to about 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th position, full of Class A cars, which is fantastic to see. Lots of different shapes and sizes, but they're all pretty evenly matched. Top two are breaking away, though. I can see that Will Self and Phil Wright are making the most of this start from the front row of the field. It's all the action backwards for third position. Down the back straight, down the Bentley straight for the first time, under the bridge into the Brundon-Nelson complex. Side by side for third is Self and Wright take the top two positions. Kevin Talbot's car wiggling around under brakes as it squirms to get it stopped for the left-hander, flicks right through Nelson, and now back on the power again. So it's in third place, I can see it's Talbot, fourth is Knight, fifth is Brown, sixth is Collins by the look of it in the Integra. Yes, seventh has gone Bob Barrett. He's up what was 2 places from where he started. It's now 8th for James Allen, 9th for Dave Bucke, who's lost a place, and in the top 10 is Fraser McNeil in the second of the Kilted K-Swaps cars. We'll check. That's big sideways moment for Tommy Knight. He's lost it. Round goes Tommy Knight. Now, he was saying after practice, I overheard him say the car was bouncing and skipping around. That might be a consequence of that, but Tommy Knight has had the worst possible end to his first lap. Big sideways moment, round he goes, and he's back to last and 23rd position, with it all to do with 12.5 minutes to go. End of lap number 1 as they come across the line to end the first racing lap. And it is Self who leads the way by 1.5 seconds. It's second place for Wright, third for Talbot, fourth for Brown. It's now side by side as Collins under threat from James Allen. We've got Dave Bucke swarming around. This will be for 6th, 7th and 8th position as Bucke tries to get up the inside of Allen, who then gets the power on and now tries to put himself level. Spits a flame on the upshift. Rest of the order will check in for Class B as they go through Palmer for the second time. Class B, it's Thackeray who leads by half a second from Ryan Cunningham. Spencer Fortag is up 4 places from where he started already in class. He's up to 3rd in class and 14th overall. Lewis Barker 4th and Sammy Milam is in P5. And in the Class C battle, Callum Houchin has beaten Rowling off the line and he leads the way in category from his compatriot who's in the same awning as him. So Thackeray there, you can see the Class B battle closing up. It's a nice 6-car collective battling over position. Thackeray trying to get away. Cunningham in second place, leading Fortag and Barker. Also watch for Sammy Milam there, just wiggling around in white and blue. That is the number 9 machine. He's under threat from Sammy Lintzner. I think that's one of the Ben Sharp racing cars behind, if I'm correct, for Sammy Lintzner. I'll kick myself if I get that one wrong. He's in Class B. Yes, Ben Sharp Racing is part of that collective. Out of the right-hander at Williams they go onto the Bentley straight. There go the Class A leaders in front of us, which is keeping a bit of focus on Class B. Still nose to tail between Collins, Allen and Bucke, and keeping close attention there was Fraser McNeil in the second of the 2 Kilted K-Swaps Honda Civic EGs. Here's our Class B battle. Nice and close together. Just in the background there is Duncan Holloway in the sole EP3 being run by Honor Motorsport. No James Kembury this weekend, but they are also running for the first time from this weekend Kevin Talbot, and it's certainly showing. End of lap number 2, leaders come across the lines. We continue to watch the Class B battle. If anything, Dan Thackeray is catching the cars in front. Now, what's happened here, because it looks as though James Alford has... Oh, this is a different battle. This is James Alford who's getting alongside Fraser McNeil, and they're both chasing James Kiff in the Honda Integra. They go side by side for position, and they're being chased by the Class B leaders. So these Class A cars might have been a different battle of their own as they turn in through Ritchie's to complete the 3rd lap of the race. So 2 laps in the books for the leaders. And Dan Brown set the fastest lap of the race, 2 minutes 5.229. And the only car that's matched that really is Will Self and another of the EG Civics. So the EG Civics certainly are working today. And Phil Wright was saying pre-race that he felt that the lighter, more agile cars would benefit here because of the tighter turns and the sort of lot more technical section that the 300 circuit offers, whereas the 200 layout, it's all about power, it's all about the straights, where the faster cars would certainly benefit. And even though Phil said that, he's doing quite well in second place at this point in time as Dan Brown just cocks the inside wheel through Hamilton and into Oggies, being chased hard by Kevin Talbot in the DC5 Integra. This is over... I get confused with the timing. So Dan Brown's got past Kevin Talbot since they came across the line. It was 1.5 tenths between them. So only as Dan Brown set the fastest lap of the race, he's also now past Talbot. He's up into third place and trying to chase after Phil Wright in second place. There go the leaders. A little puff of smoke from Will Self as he went into Brundle. Phil Wright giving chase. Then it's Brown in third position, Talbot fourth. And Bob Barron has moved his way up to fifth position. So good effort from Bob. He's put himself ahead of James Allen, with Liam Collins in there too. There's Tommy Knight, who had the spin up at Murray's at the end of lap number 1. And he has come across the line now. Where's he sitting at the moment? He is down in 20th place. He's only just got past Anthony Allett in another of the Class A cars, down in 21st position. Big forecast scrap going on here between Barron, Collins, Allen and Dave Buki. And Buki was being ambitious going round the outside, and he's going for it, round the outside to Coram. That is, I was about to say mental from Dave Buki, but he's got the inside line. Collins gives him the room, but they will be side by side, and Collins holds the outside line and the position as they sprint back down the centre straight. So whilst that's going on, it allows both Barron and Allen to get away. And they now are nose to tail down towards Ritchie's corner to start lap 4. As Fulself continues on, 2.5 seconds in the lead. Up the inside goes Allen, and that is a nice, neat pass to pick up the final top 5 place, and through he goes. So Barron down to 6th, as Collins now defends from Buki. Buki's one of those drivers where he won't give up. He's like a persistent sort of terrier. He'll keep on sort of fighting and battling until he gets the position. So come out of the Montreal hairpin. Quick checking with the Class B runners whilst we watch our Class A to make sure we check in with them. Thackeray still leads Class B by 1.5 seconds from Cunningham. Fortag is in third place, then Barker, Milam and Lindsay. That's the top 6 all together in their own fight for position. Lots of personal bests coming on that third lap. It's a little wide on the exit of Agostini hairpin. Then comes that scrap between Collins and Buki. I wonder if there's a temporary truce there between them, and they're going to try and catch up again. Here come the Class B runners behind that last little trio of Class A machines. There's Thackeray and Cunningham. Got Spencer Fortag chased down by Barker, and that's Tommy Knight, who's tearing his way through the field. He's got past Duncan Holloway. He's now up to 18th place. He now has a 6-pack of Class B cars that he wants to try and get himself much closer to and pick off one by one. Now back at the front, this is Dan Brown, who has really got the afterburners on at the moment, because he's now pulled himself right onto the back of Phil Wright. So we've got Phil Wright, who is the 2023 champion in Racing Hondas, now up against the class champion in Class A in 2024, and both of them battling pretty hard. Here's our Class C battle, which is actually closer than I thought it would be, because Matt Rowley's got past Callum Houchin. His last lap was 0.8 of a second quicker. It's good to see our Class C runners. They're on the lowest power to weight ratio range, but good to see we've got them both battling amongst each other together on track. Good to see. Matt Rowling trying to extend his championship lead. Now, leaders back down the straight towards Ritchie's. Will Self has got this one now by 2.7 seconds. If I look at his lap times, how's he lapping compared to the cars behind? His last lap was a 2 minute 6.474, 206.7 for Wright. Dan Brown is absolutely lit up the timing squeeze. He's gone to second place. He's done a 2 minute 4.368. That's qualifying pace he's going for Dan Brown. He might only be here for one round, but he wants to make an impact here and remind everybody, I'm the Class A champion from last year, and this is exactly why. Through by left-hander at Palmer's. Now then, what pace has he got to catch after Will Selfie? Could this be a real duel of the EG Civics? Of course, they're both in the same stable. They're both from Garage 24. This will be literally an inter-team, inter-EG Civic battle between them. Phil Wright has slipped back to third place, but he's quite comfortable in P3. He's got some, 5.5 seconds over Kevin Talbot in fourth place. And Kevin himself is in no man's land too. He's got, that is roughly, 7 seconds. There he is in the background, just in the green DC500 Integra going through the shot. Fourth for him, and quite a distance ahead of, basically 7 seconds ahead of James Allen, who is now pulled away from the battle for sixth between Bob Barron and Liam Collins, with Dave Buki also giving close attention. There's about 7/10 between that scrap, so maybe we can keep tabs on the scrap for sixth going backwards, as well as the battles in the other classes. That's the thing with multi-class racing. You tend to be a little bit tricky. There's a yellow flag in the background, notice, and that's the reason why Spencer Fortag has come to a stop. And that looks like it's on the approach to Palmer, and it's State Street in the middle of the road. Now, if that car can't get going, do I dare mention the word safety car? Because if it can't get going again under its own steam, we may well have to possibly neutralise this race. And the only person that's going to benefit really is Will Self and the rest of the class leaders, because Dan Thackeray still leads Class B by, at the line it was 2 seconds from Cunningham, with Milam in third place and Lindsay in fourth, and Tommy Knight carving through them. This is still the fight going on for sixth, with Bob Barron having to fend off from Liam Collins, who's all over the back of him, Trying to prise the door open up the inside at Cormier. They'll put him on the outside for the next corner, which is the left-hander at Murray's. Buki's in close attention as well. Bob Brown locking up that rear wheel again. He did that at Brands Hatch. Don't do that again, Bob. Otherwise, that could be a world of trouble. And for actually, is that the red flag going out? Yeah, red flag. Red flag has gone out. I'm afraid, fortunately, race has been stopped. And that's simply the reason why is because we have Spencer Fortag's FN2 Civic is stationary in the middle of the road on the approach to Palmer's and not unable to get going under its own steam again. Means that, unfortunately, that won't be the case. Now then, in terms of the race length, now, typically when the race goes beyond 75% distance, that is when they usually declare a result. Now, I would say that 3/4 distance is with 3 minutes 45 seconds left to go, because half distance is 7.5 minutes, and they haven't reached that yet. It's 4 minutes and 8, so I wonder if we're going to get possibly a dash for the cash, maybe 2-lap shootout for a restart in proper F1 style when they red flag it with 2 or 3 laps to go. That would be quite fascinating. So, race has been red flagged. Race is stopped because of the fact that we have had the Spencer Fortag Civic has come to a stop on the approach to Palmer's. The race order at the stoppage at the red flag is as follows. You can see it's gone off the screen on the left-hand side, but I'll at least take a picture of it on my timing screen to remind myself what the race order was at the red flag. So let's just quickly run through the running order as they were then. So at the time of the red flag, it was Will Self who was in the lead. It was Dan Brown in second place and Phil Wright in third. Then Kevin Talbot was fourth, followed by James Allen in 5th position. Bob Barron was 6th, battling with Liam Collins. And Dave Buki, James Kith and James Alford rounded up the top 10. It was Class A cars in the top 11, because it was then Fraser McNeil in 11th place. Dan Thackeray was leading Class B, and he's ahead. He was ahead by 2 seconds the last time they completed a lap of Ryan Cunningham. But it was Sammy Milam in 3rd position, Sam Linsner in 4th in class, and then in 16th overall it was the recovering Tommy Knight, who might get a bit of a reprieve if we do a restart here with 4 minutes to go. Then we had Lewis Barker, who was in 17th place, 5th in Class B, followed by Spencer Fortag, who was in 18th and 6th in Class B. He dropped backwards, so maybe that was the initial stages of a problem that saw him eventually have to stop on track. And then we go backwards to Duncan Holloway, who was 19th, Luke Crassus-Menu, who was 20th, Anthony Allett, who was 21st, and then right at the back we had our 2 Class C runners, where we had Matt Rowling, who was in the lead by about half a second from Callum Houchin. So that's the running order at the time of the red flag. We're going to figure this one out whilst we do that for the next couple of minutes. Earlier on, Charlie also had a chat to another of our class contenders. In fact, it was none other than the championship leader. So let's quickly chat to Dan Thackeray, who spoke to Charlie earlier on this morning in the paddock.
Right, I'm here with Dan. Now, Dan, unstoppable Dan in Class B, leading our championship. How are we feeling going into Snet?
Yeah, good. I mean, as good as you can do, really. I mean, it's my favourite track as well, which is always nice when you turn up to your favourite. We haven't been doing any testing, as you can see the cars in there.
Yeah, we're doing a bit of change up at the moment.
Doing a bit of changes right now. We're drastically changing the car every time we go out at the moment to try and find a sweet spot, because we're new to these tyres. But if I'm going to get on the top of it anyway, I'll probably be here, hopefully. Yeah. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Perfect. Obviously, a bit of mechanical failure issues at the last round. Are we on top of those?
Yeah, that was a bit unfortunate, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, from the lead of the race, it's never nice to give up that way. But luckily, it was repairable and made a men's race too. And it was a good race too, actually, coming back through the pack. So, yeah, touch wood, none of that today.
No,
hopefully,
definitely.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's closed that championship lead ever so slightly. Hoping to reopen that back up today?
Yeah, hopefully, yeah. I mean, like you see, Rye's always right behind me, and the other guys as well. So he was there to capitalise, as he should be, and so it means that any mistakes I make or any mechanical failures we have, he's going to take advantage. So
absolutely.
Head down always.
Yeah, always. He's not making it easy for you.
No. So it should be, though.
No, definitely. Obviously, well, good luck today. Hopefully, fingers crossed, nothing goes wrong.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, the foreboding, because after that interview, he had 2 drive shaft problems, or so, at least 1 drive shaft problem and something else, which eventually led him to get himself to that point. He currently is still leading Class B, of course, at the time of this red flag. So they have managed to pull up the leading cars on the pit straight. I think they're just trying to decide exactly what to do, because officially they haven't reached 75% distance, because by my mind 75% distance would be with 3 minutes and 45 seconds left to go. But I'm not the clerk of the course or the steward, and I'm not the one to make the decision. Just based on what I understand and my logic is that that's how far they've gone, so therefore they haven't reached the distance. Therefore, in my head, that would call a restart, but we'll wait and see what the officials decide that they want to do. We've got plenty of time to work with, because we are a little bit quite far ahead, given that this race was due to scheduled start at around about, I think it was 4:15, so we are quite far ahead of time if that's the case. So underneath the red flag then, because of Spencer Fortank's car being stationary and grinding to a halt on the approach to Palmer corner, the left-hander. And so because of that, and the car unable to remove itself again, or get moving again with its own steam, means they had to throw the red flag because the car was practically in the middle of the road. And of course Spencer would have tried to pull it as far to the left-hand side off the road, off the racing line as much as possible, but the car is still present on the road, therefore it needs to be moved back into position. So just having a quick scroll through the field on the grid, you see there Liam Collins and Dave Buki nose to tail. Done that once before in this race so far. And again, you get to see, at least with the Class A cars, just the different approaches to drivers who are modifying these Civics. We call it essentially like a prototype class, because these are not obviously factory spec and not even what you call Group N spec cars. They're modified to make them as fast as possible within the written rule, the regulations. See here, that was James Orford and James Kiff's cars side by side. Little thumbs up from James. He seems pretty relaxed. You can see some of these cars. The common theme with most of the Class A cars is fit a rear wing and a spoiler on it and put some more into the engine and suspension. You can see there, that's Fraser McNeil's unmissable bright yellow EG Civic for kilted K-swaps. I think we're due to get a third car out. I think it's Michael Barron, I think it is meant to come out at a black Honda Civic EG sedan, not too dissimilar to that of James Allen's car. So we're going to get a third one. I think he's coming out, I think, for Knock Hill, if I'm correct. That's in a couple of rounds' time. And there's our Class B and overall championship leader, Dan Thackeray. I think he would have extended his lead a little further, given that he got the 5 bonus points in qualifying. There's our defending champion, Brian Cunningham, sporting the Kemp Models logo, proudly on the side of the car. Big thank you to them and all the championship sponsors and partners who are involved in the championship. There's Tommy Knight, who was on his charge through the field after his lap 1 spin at Murray's Corner. Again, that car's had some really nice work on it done by Europa Crash Centre, and he was very appreciative of that on social media, of all the hard work they've done to get that car sorted, and everyone involved in that. So good to see Tommy. He's back on the grid, and in a car that is genuinely not meant to have favourites, but it's one of my favourite looking cars on the grid. It just looks like a proper little Civic touring car, which is excellent. Just seen there Sammy Lintzner and Sammy Milam. That's the other Kinetic Motorsport car. We were supposed to have Owen Diver, but he's not here this weekend, sadly. So just the one EP3 Civic for Kinetic alongside Dave Buki's EK. There's Lewis Barker for Europa Crash Centre. And they've got an experience in a few other championships. I think they've also been starting doing some racing, I think, in the Civic Cup as well. I need to remember the actual name of the driver they're actually running in that one, but I should know that, given my extensive motorsport knowledge. Duncan Holloway, who's trying to keep cool by waving the door of the number 77 on a Motorsport Honda Civic, doing well in Class B. And there's Luke Crassus-Medu, who has got a car as pink as the hair on one of our training scrutineers. So good to see that almost colour matching. But Luke, who is more regularly a drifter in the past, but he's now turned to circuit racing. He's one of many drivers with the yellow square with the black cross on it to signify that he is a rookie. Now then, whilst I'm talking here, I can tell you they are starting to re-grid the field back up onto the front of the field in order when they finish the red flag. So Will Self then is going to line up on pole position again with Phil Wright. So essentially it's an unchanged front row from where we had on the first start. Same 2 drivers. It is now, it should be in 3rd place. I think it should be Dan Brown, which says it should be Dan Brown. The time screen just told me that they'll probably take it to the last complete lap. And because of that, I think Wright was ahead of Brown at the last complete lap, which was lap 4, when everyone had finished a lap, whereas only the top 5 cars had finished lap 5, so they've taken it back, I think, to the last lap that everyone completed, which was lap 4. And on that lap, Dan Brown was behind Phil Wright, so I imagine that Dan Brown's car, which I can't see on the front of the grid, it's missing for some reason, it should be sitting in 3rd on the grid, in front of Kevin Talbot's Integra, but it's not present, so whether it's had an issue somewhere, I was going to have a quick look on the CCTV camera to see if anything's happened or if it's in the pit lane. I'll have a quick look down the pit lane and see if it's down there. I think actually it might actually be at the top of the pit lane. It is, I think. So it's right down the top of the pit lane. It's Dan Brown's Honda Civic, I think. I'm straight craning out the commentary box just through the window to see if I can see if there is a black, I presume is a Honda Civic, right at the top of the pit lane. Which says, yes, there it is. So thanks to our roving camera reporter down the pit lane for confirming that. So Dan Brown, who was set to start in third, looks like his car's not due to make the start. So I hope that's not a recurrence of the problem that he had earlier on in qualifying, which saw him pull up, even though he'd set the 5th fastest time to start from row 3 for this first beginning. So there's going to be a gap there on the second row of the grid. That will give a free run for James Allen, who's going to have quite a large gap in the black Civic just to the left in shot of the pole sitter Will Self. That black Civic EG sedan is just there in 5th position, and he'll want to try and make the most of that basically free space. But so too also will Kevin Talbot, because he might see that space on the right hand side and thinking that's a free pass for me too. But he'll be wary of the fact that James Allen is right behind him on his right rear corner on the opposite side of the grid, trying to pick his way through. I'll be intrigued to see what both Bob Barron and Liam Collins can do from 6th and 7th on the grid. Now, Bob is a couple of places up from where he was. He started 9th alongside his teammate Fraser McNeil on the opening start, but he now gets a chance to redeem himself from P6. Liam Collins, meanwhile, he was up a little further. I think it was 3rd or 4th on the grid, but he now drops to 7th. So not quite the same race pace as he had as the pace he showed in qualifying. So he'll have some work to do to pick his way through if he can. And then we have Dave Buki, James Kiff and James Alford, who rounds up the top 10. Confirmation that it will be a 4-minute restart, so we're going to get a proper dash for the cash here when it comes to getting a result here. And Will Self will be hoping that he can show the same pace that he did against Phil Wright. Now, what will be a shame, of course, is that Dan Brown was pressing on so well and had such a great run of pace to get up to 2nd place and pass Phil Wright. And I'm certain if the race had carried on, he would have put himself into contention to be battling for the lead and the victory in those last couple of laps. But as it is, Will Self now gets to do it all again from pole position. And Phil Wright will be hoping he can get a better start from the front row of the grid to keep with Will a little bit closer off the line. As for the rest of the classes, of course, we've got Dan Thackeray, who is back in Class B pole. He'll be trying to hold off Ryan Cunningham in the early laps, as well as the likes of Sam Linster and Sammy Milam. And in Class C, we've had that battle that was going on between Matt Rowling and Callum Houchin. And Callum did get the better start in the initial laps on the first start, but then towards the end, towards the last part of that first segment, before the red flag, Matt Rowling had caught and repassed Callum Houchin and got himself in front to be able to lead the class once again and hopefully try and retain his lead even further. So around the Snetterton 300 circuit they go. There was a line of quick dry or cement dust that was laid down right on the outside of Montreal. Something obviously went bang on Spencer Fortag's car and laid down some fluid, whether it was fuel, oil, coolant, water, whatever it might have been. Something's been laid down on the outside, thankfully, of the Montreal hairpin, so it's not on the racing line, but it looks like it was a trail that started going into Montreal hairpin all the way around and on the exit where he eventually pulled up. So it's pretty much, apart from the exit of, aside from the exit of Montreal hairpin, it's mostly off the racing line, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue, and the quick dry will have done its work too to drive it up once more. So we'll have to call the grid as we see it then. So Will Self will start on pole position. It will be then Phil Wright in 2nd, Kevin Talbot 3rd, James Allen, Kevin Talbot will start from the 4th place because Dan Brown's not going to be there. It will then be 5th position on the grid for Dan Brown, 6th for Bob Barron, 7th for Liam Collins, 8th for Dave Buki, 9th for James Kiff, 10th for James Alford, and 11th for Fraser McNeil. Then we get to the Class B pole sitter, which is Dan Thackeray. He'll be ahead of Ryan Cunningham, and I think it's Sammy Milam and Sam Lintzner. And then I think it's Lewis Barker and somebody else. Remembering the rest of the grid goes as far back, I think, as that. Also in there somewhere, of course, is Tommy Knight, who was about 12th on his comeback at that point when the red flag came through. So watch for the blue Civic in the middle of the pack. He's just weaving around towards the rear of the shot, but he'll be on the 6th row of the grid, keen to make up as many places as he can from the start, because he knows he's got a faster car than the cars around him immediately. In fact, even some of the Class A cars, you want to take advantage of 1 or 2 cars being a little bit sluggish off the line and getting through as quickly as possible. So there is Dan Thackeray, there is Ryan Cunningham, then Milam, Lintzner. The rest of the pack will come through round to the grid. A few cars skipping around as the cars weave from side to side to rebuild the tyre temperatures and pressures and brake pressures back in to make them work as hard as possible. There goes our Class B runners, Thackeray, Cunningham, then Milam and Linsner, and the rest of the order come through. Now, it is sunny out here at Snetterton, but if you look overhead, there are some very ominous and rather dark clouds. There's a bit of a contrast. There's lighter clouds and lots of sunshine coming through, but very dark clouds, particularly one that's hovering a lot over, I'd say, Brundle Nelson to around about Cora Murray way, and another one that's hovering over sort of Ritchie's, Montreal, Palmer area, that side of things. But even the sun's flying is out at the moment. I'm going to stick my neck out and say that it might not. Don't think it will rain in the next 4 minutes to really spice things up even further, even though we'd like it to in a way. But it should be fascinating to see how they work it. So, Will Self then, pole position once more. Phil Wright alongside him on the front row of the grid. There's no one on the second row. Well, no one in the inside part of the second row because Dan Brown will not take the start after he was running so hard and well in race 1. So Kevin Talbot will be alongside him there too. As the watch for the green flag at the back, which it does. And let's try this again then. So, round 7, take 2 with a 4-minute shootout to decide who takes victory in round 7 of Racing Honda's 2025. The 5-second board goes up. The red lights go on. Can Self do it again from pole position? The answer is initially yes. It's a good start. And Talbot from the third row of the grid to ignore exactly what James Allen was going to do. He immediately shot to the inside line to block off the avenue for Allen, who now put him under threat from Bob Barron down towards Ritchie's for the first time on the restart. In fact, Talbot was challenging Phil Wright for second place, but once again, as it was on the first start, Will Self is unchallenged through Ritchie's corner. Down to Montreal hairpin, it's Self, Wright, Talbot, then it's Allen in 4th position, Barron's up to 5th, past Collins in 6th, then it's Buki, as someone's taken out one of the floppy markers on the exit of Ritchie's corner, still fresh and rolling around after being assaulted. The Class B battle looking pretty tasty. That's both James Orford and Tommy Knight getting amongst the top 2 in Class B as they pull their way through the left-hander at Palmer's for the first time. And you can see already, both on their toes, Orford and Knight not wanting to be stuck in the mire of getting through the leaders in Class B. Up the inside there for 4th goes Bob Barron, diving up the inside. He was very close. How did he miss the back of Kevin Talbot's car? I've absolutely no idea, but he did get it anchored up, and he is still in 4th position. So an incredible late dive. I saw him lock it inside front and thinking surely he's not going to make the corner, but he did get it anchored up in time, and he's up to 4th position. So, he's done it again! Sideways again, Bob Barron. Either he's pushing too hard, or he set the rear brake bias all the way to the rear, because that rear end under brakes, he's done it so many times so far this season. I hope he's learned his lesson, but he has done it again. Now it's side by side with Allen, who I think checked up to avoid a slide from Barron. This now puts Collins to his outside on the approach to Brundle Nelson. Lights are placed for Phil Wright as he chases after Will Self under the bridge at Brundle Nelson. Self leads, Wright in 2nd, Talbot 3rd. Then it's Barron in 4th position. James Allen holds on to 5th, but only just. From a charging Liam Collins, and Allen runs wide, I've spoken too soon. He's off onto the grass, keeps his foot in, but Collins has the track position up the inside into the bomb hole at the compression, and he's off! James Allen off sideways, got the big snap on again. Over the grass he goes, keeps his foot in. Granted, he keeps his power his way through, gets in front back onto the track in front of a rather bemused Class B battle. That was Dan Thackeray getting past, with Ryan Cunningham just behind him too. Leaders out of Murray's for the first time. They're only going to get 2 laps here because the final lap board's going to go out. So it's only 2 laps around the Snetterton 300 circuit to decide who wins this. And Will Self, on that opening lap from a standing start, is nearly 2 seconds ahead of Phil Wright at the end of that first lap. So one more time around the Snetterton 300 circuit here. I'm actually quite glad we got a restart, because we can get a proper racing finish to the end. Down towards the hairpin. Here goes Buki, putting himself into Collins' mirrors. Down towards the Montreal hairpin. Buki weaving this way and that. James Kiff is in there. This is now James Orford up the inside of Fraser McNeil. Edges him out wide. And there goes Tommy Knight thinking, thank you very much. 2 for the price of 1. And that's 2 positions gained. That was Tommy Knight up from 10th up to 8th. So despite his spin on the opening lap in the first start, he's up to P8. He might not be done yet because he's charging along. If the cars in front keep on squabbling, which are the likes of Kiff, Buki, Collins and Barron, he might pick up at least 1 more place. Through Agostini. Quick check in on the rest of the classes. It is Thackeray who leads Class B, from Cunningham in 2nd, Linsner, Barker and Milan in the top 5, and Rowling still ahead of Houchin in Class C. So that's the order as they're on to this final lap of the race. Checker flag is in hand on the pit straight, so it is going to be checker flag this time by. 35 seconds on the clock as they turn out of Williams onto the Bentley straight for the final time. Talbot looks secure in third place. This battle for fourth could be on, though. Down the back straight for the final time. Liam Collins senses an opportunity, but how hard is Barron going to defend? There goes Self and Wright. They look secure in first and second. So too does Talbot in third place, but he's weaving to the inside to try and possibly defend. Is that Talbot? No, Talbot's got a problem. Talbot's got a problem and he's off. He pulls out up at Brendan Nelson. The Class A Championship leader is off and with a problem on the final lap. So this is for the podium. This is for the final step on the podium. Is Bob Barron actually going to finally get his first podium? Or is Liam Collins going to take it away from him? In through Coram for the final time. Don't open the door up too much, Bob. Through the right-hander, up towards Murray's. Can he hold on? He's got one big brake he's own to hold on. Gets on the brakes early, holds the position, goes into the final corner. He might just hold on to a line. As for the checkered flag, Will Self will take his second win of the season. It's Phil Wright in second place. Now the drag race for third. Who's going to get it? Bob Barron to a line. He's done it! Finally, Bob Barron takes his first podium. Third place after holding off Liam Collins in the end. Brilliant stuff. It's a real shame and heartbreak for Kevin Talbot with the issue on the last lap of the race when he pulled up at Brendan Nelson. But as a silver lining, a brand new podium finisher in Racing Hondas, Bob Barron has done it at last. Fourth for Liam Collins, fifth for Dave Buki. That's a great result for Dave as well to get himself P5. James Kiff was sixth in the end as well. And Tommy Knight, who was in 23rd and last at one point, gets himself up on the restart to 7th place. He got past James Alford. McNeil was now 9th. And then it's James Allen in P10 after his off onto the grass. As for Class B, Dan Thackeray takes another class victory by 1.1 seconds from Ryan Cunningham in second in class. Then it's Lewis Barker in the class podium in third, followed by Sammy Linster in fourth position, and then Sammy Milam in the top 5. And in Class C, it is going to be another victory again for Matt Rowling, who is ahead of Callum Houcher by 2.4 seconds in the end. I really wish we could talk to all the podium finishes because I would love to get an interview with Bob Barron after that victory. That was that third place. That was an excellent work drive for him. He will be over the moon with that because he's come so close more than once. He's been one of those really super impressive drivers who's still a rookie mind with that rookie cross on the back, finding that first podium. Well, it took 2 starts, but we got there in the end, and Will Self takes his second win of the season in Racing Hondas in round 7 at Snetterton. He wins by 2.3 seconds on the restarted race with Phil Wright, and Bob Barron, after Kevin Talbot pulled off the road with an issue, gets his first podium finally in Racing Hondas, and that will make him and the Kilter K-Swaps team absolutely delighted. 4th for Liam Collins, 5th for Dave Buki in his EK Civic, 6th for James Kiff, another good result for him in the top 6 and only his second event, and Tommy Knight, who was spinning at Murray's on the first lap, back up to 7th after the restart. Then James Alford, Fraser McNeil and James Allen in the top 10. Dan Thackeray takes another class win in Class B. He wins by 1.2 seconds from Ryan Cunningham in second place. Lewis Barker on the Class B podium in third with Sam Linster in fourth, and Sammy Milam rounding up the top 5 in class to take 15th overall. 16th went to Duncan Holloway from Luke Crassus Menu. And then it was Anthony Allett, and Matt Rowling takes another Class C victory from Callum Houchin by 2.4 seconds in the end. We lost Liam Talbot. I think he might still be classified in 21st, even though he was retired on the last lap of the race. And we lost from the race Dan Brown with an issue who didn't take the restart, even though he in the red flag at the point he was in second, having just passed Phil Wright. And Spencer Fortang, who brought out the red flag after his car seemingly expired and dropped some fluid at the Montreal hairpin, stopped on the exit towards Palmer's and had to bring out the red flag with 4 minutes to go. And breathe. That was quite an intense race. Even though it took 2 starts, there was so much going on in that race and so many great stories. But the key headlines are, of course, Will Self takes his second win of the season, Phil Knight into second place, and Bob Barron, he's been waiting for that since the start of the year. He's been one of the standout drivers since the start of the season, and his form has really finally come good with a first podium in the championship. Excellent stuff. They haven't even made the pit lane yet. They're not using the cut through at the exit of Palmer's onto Agostini. They're using a full lap around, so they won't have reached our roving reporter Charlie Harmon down in pit lane in Parc Fermé just yet, but there's going to be some celebrations, I'm sure. Don't be surprised if the biggest celebration is going to be from Kilty K-Swaps, because they've been waiting for that. We've even sort of joking with them before the start of the weekend, saying, is it now? Is it the time he's going to get that first podium? And think he's going to have to not throw it off the road and make a spin. Now he's finally done it, and that is going to be, that will open the floodgates, hopefully. That's the first of many. You never forget your first. So congratulations to all the top 3 drivers and all the class winners, of course, too. Dan Thackeray, another important Class B victory. Of course, remember, you score points not towards your own class, but those points that you score within class go towards an overall total. So the more points you can score within your class, the better chance you have of placing high in the overall standings and even taking the championship. Case in point, Ryan Cunningham was champion last year in Class C. He's now moved up to Class B and has car number 1. So congratulations to him. So just looking down in Parc Ferme, I don't think Bob Barron realises he's 3rd. Or if he does, you can't quite believe it. But yeah, just confirmation of class winners and podiums again. Dan Thackeray won from Ryan Cunningham and Lewis Barker in Class B, and it's another class win for Rowling and Houcham. Now, we are a bit ahead of time because of the fact that we are ahead in the schedule and moving so swiftly. We are going into our super attack very soon, which will be the real big bucks when it comes to points between our 3 categories or 3 groups that will go out to collectives that will go out together. And we're looking forward to that. You'll have Alexi and Susie back on the microphone for that one too. And just looking at some of the animated conversations for several reasons down in Parc Ferme. As we said, lots of people are having a chat down there and talking. That's one thing I've noticed about racing drivers. They do like to talk. It's usually, particularly when they kind of talk first and forget they have a trophy to pick up. I've been in club racing for about 10 years, and one thing you always notice, they tend to like to talk for a decade first and then realise they've got a trophy and go and pick it up. So it's quite funny to see. So we're just waiting for our people down there to drag through our class winners. Again, I really wish you could talk to all the class top 3s, but we just don't have the pure amount of time for that yet. So, because we have got the super attack coming up very, very shortly. I'm going to hand the microphones back over to Alexi and Susie. But before we do that, when they're ready, we will quickly hand down to Charlie Harmon, who will be having to have a chat with our 3 class winners after a very dramatic 2-part first race of the day for the Racing Hondas Championship. Race 2 coming up shortly. Don't worry, Time Attack fans, we will get to Super Attack for our fastest classes shortly once we get our drivers all together. We'll be there as soon as possible. This is the one for Club Pro, Pro and Pro Extreme. There's Super Attack, which is coming up shortly. And still waiting for our drivers to be ready. See Lexi down there with the third place board down there. Was in front of Bob Barron. I don't think the result hasn't changed as far as I can see. We're just moving it out of position to make it a lot more tidier, I think, maybe. Lots of conversation going on, as there tends to be post-race. Again, those who are tuning in for the Super Attack, we will get to it very, very shortly. We're just waiting to get all our drivers together so we can have a chat to them. It's taking a little longer than usual, so do bear with us. And, of course, we've still got to make the draw as well to decide how much we reverse the each class by the positions by, and of course then what they'll then do is separate classes A, B and C into their classes together for race 2 after they've also made the draw on top of that as well. So that's going to be quite interesting to see how that changes the grid and who benefits from that the most. I see Kevin Talbot's car's made it back to the paddock. What the issue is, I'm not 100%. He did have a suspension issue, but the car looks like either just had a small puff of smoke or something broke, and it just went straight on, which was very odd, very strange. But hopefully that car's okay, and of course that's crucial for him, because of course it might well end up being a drop score for him, given the fact that there are drop scores in the championship. But if you DNF, you have to count that as one of your drop scores, because it's your worst result because you haven't scored anything. So any points he's scored so far are in there too. So I think there's been a bit of delay in trying to get the podiums together, so I think we're possibly going to record them offline or have to skip them for this point in time, so apologies for that. But stay with us very shortly. We're going to quickly transition to Alexi and Susie, who will take you through our 3 super attacks here at Time Attack here at Snetterton. Stay tuned. We'll be back in a couple of moments on the other side of this message.
So just like that, we're going to jump straight into our super attack. Our fastest cars, their superest attack. Let's see how it goes. There's Josh Barrett in the 620R Caterham. This is the session that counts. We discussed earlier that Attack 1 and Attack 2 do score points for our drivers, but the one that awards the biggest points is the super attack at the end of the day. This is what determines the winner. If you're fastest in the super attack, then you are deemed today's winner.
I'd just say Josh Barrett and is going through in the garages today. One of the chillest garages when I come round, and they were watching the Formula One.
Oh, okay.
So on their phone. So no issues for Josh today. I think we've seen that despite, as I say, people are either having 0 issues or lots of issues. There doesn't seem to be much middle ground today. But yeah, Josh, one of the lucky ones, so he seems to be out there early in his Caterham. And as we were saying, perhaps a little bit down on the power, especially where he's added the extra aero onto this Caterham. So, but I think having much more fun through the infield there.
Yeah, I mean, the drag is going to be absolutely horrific on this car. Yeah, so on the Bentley straight, that's going to do it no favors.
Another car we've actually seen return back out onto track is Darren Spooner. So I was saying, first 2 sessions very eventful for Darren. Luckily, last session we did have no issues. So again, very thankful for. He said he's turned it down on power. He said actually it's much more fun to drive. He said it's brilliant. It's
nice.
just he said great. You can just absolutely wring its neck, and you can do it all day. So fingers crossed. Yeah, he has a good fun session out in the Super Attack.
At the end of the day, we're just here to have a nice time.
I think he was very happy to get through one session without something snapping and having to be replaced. He managed to have a little bit of downtime. And it wasn't a lot of time, actually, between those, between Attack 2 and Super Attack. So if any cars did have problems out there, not a lot of time to get around to making fixes for any of them.
Yeah. Josh Barrett, in the meantime, absolutely flying. So faster sector 1 than anyone, faster sector 2 than anyone. Hence the purple colouring there. Of course, it is early days. There are not too many cars on the track right now.
Well, I do wonder what we're going to see as well. So I caught up with Brad Johns. So unfortunately, that's rear diff issues he's having. So I do see he's out on track. So I don't know if I think they were having to swap over to another diff. And again, they had what 15 minutes to get that done. So
wow.
I'm very surprised to see them back out. I thought maybe he might turn a lap towards the end of the session. But on my timing balls, it does look like he has set a lap. So we'll keep an eye out for him.
Oh, Martin Henry's stopped again.
Right, yeah, so Martin, he's saying very frustrating, the issues with it cutting out. He was still having those in the Attack 2 in the last session, and it looks like something's, and maybe that's continuing, or maybe that's got worse. So yeah, unfortunate for Martin. It looks like his day's come to an end.
Luke Senjakovsky there in the Tegua NSX flicks his lights on, which can only mean one thing. It can mean 2 things. He could have done that by accident. But if that's deliberate, then that means that he is about to begin a hot lap. Luke Senjakovsky not yet having set a flying lap. And I think he's just coming around perhaps to finish his out lap now. Yep, so I think he will be finishing his out lap and now begins his flying lap. And you can see right off the board, right off the ball, I should say, his headlights are on to signal that he is on the attack straight away. He took that out lap to warm his tires up.
I think they're having some issues with the gear selector earlier, so I think they missed the Attack 1 session. But being resolved now, and we're just going to keep an eye on those sector times as Luke goes out for flying.
Yeah, interestingly, on that out lap, he did a faster sector 3 than anybody. So he was already presumably gearing up for his next hot lap.
And he's fastest sector 1 as well.
Okay.
So he really is, he's going out there, and we'll keep an eye on whether this may be the fastest lap. I'm just looking around actually, but I have not seen Simon Norris.
True.
He's not. Oh, I've just seen actually on the timing balls, he's just come out on his out lap. So he has just joined
There he
the
is.
circuit.
Yeah,
Yes.
you can just see he's just popped up at the end of the pit lane. 750 horsepower from that Honda NSX. No longer running that V6 that it came with.
And
of course, it's been K-swapped.
Yep, and then fastest sector 2 as well. So yeah, Luke absolutely on a flyer. And if he can string together this fastest sector 3 as well, that will take him to the top of our times in this session.
I mean, it looks very fast, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean it's an incredible car. I know they've had a few kind of like issues here and there, but yeah, you know, absolutely flying when they're onto a good lap. So let's see as he goes across the line.
And it's so small, isn't it, compared to a lot of other
Yes.
cars. This is, you know, the NSX is really quite petite. Faster sectors 1 and 2 than anybody. He did just come across.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for the
time to pop up.
There,
Yeah.
there it goes.
Right to the top.
There you go, 1:49.2.
Wow.
Putting Luke.
That's a lot faster than anyone else. A lot fast. Is that too fast?
Is there a too fast?
Is there something? Is that something to do with the timing or something? That's really fast.
Well, I guess if they were having some issues earlier, maybe we just weren't seeing the true potential of the NSX. I'm just looking back through some of the previous session times.
Simon Norris there in that Andrew Brilliant designed aero-equipped Mitsubishi Evo, short wheelbase, twin-charged, 1,700 kilos plus of downforce. Such an interesting car and such an interesting story behind it. And you interviewed Simon in one of the previous rounds, and it was so interesting to hear from him. It's one of my favorite. I keep saying it, but I enjoy these interviews so much as part of the Lucas Oil live stream, where we can hear the story straight from the drivers themselves. I think it's really, really fascinating stuff.
I think as Neil Wren was saying earlier, I believe it was Neil Wren and Simon Norris are two of the OGs that were there 20 years ago when Time Attack UK started.
And yet Simon hasn't run the Snetterton 300 layout, which I think is really strange.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't just one
now.
year that we did it, I think, but he has now. He has now, true. Ilya Krylov, they're briefly hopping up onto 3 wheels in the Haltech Clio. Lots of custom home-built composites on that car, composite panels. If I remember correctly, that whole front clip of what's going on there?
I just see these lights going on. These new lights that he's installed for this round.
I think
No mistaking when he's on a hot lap there.
Yeah, that's it. I think it was a bit confusing in the past, but it's very clear now. But that whole front clip of bonnet and front wings, I think weighing 4 kilos, which is nothing. Ilya here making a real business actually out of his. He's become so good at this composite panel side of things. And it's not only his own car that he's applied the golden touch to, it's also Eden Young's and a few other. I think Jimmy Broadbent might have some of Ilya's carbon parts on his machine, his Time Attack car. So quite a few drivers in Time Attack and beyond benefiting from Ilya's know-how. And that's quite, I think, quite a new theme that we've seen in the Time Attack world. is drivers really getting involved in the composites, the DIY composite panels, because yes, there is some cost associated with that, of course, actually quite a lot of cost, but not as much as necessarily trying to chase loads of power. And of course, there isn't really any real downside to reducing weight from your car. You become better at acceleration, you become better at cornering, you become better at braking. So you become better at lots of things. You know, the car might get a bit noisier or rattlier the more weight you take out. But if you're not worried about that, if it isn't a road car, then there's not really any downside to taking weight out of your car. And this is the beautiful thing about Time Attack. And I think Eden actually summed this up really well earlier on in his interview with Susie, is your hands aren't really tied in like they are in other motorsports. So, you know, if you want to try to experiment with composites and take loads of weight out of your car, then off you go. Go and give it a try.
So I was just watching Simon Norris's car, and we've seen him come across a line with, I think, the fastest speed across the start-finish straight. But if you watch the front end of that car as he comes into each corner and he brakes, you see it bouncing around a lot. And I think he was talking about the car porpoising before.
Of course, yeah, he was.
So I wonder if that's what we're seeing again there. Although I believe that tends to be more at higher speeds. So, and I don't know if maybe that's kind of like the braking. And then again, you brake and maybe the weight goes onto the front, cuts off the airflow, and then again, yeah, you can really see it, and you can hear it actually through the audio as well. So
yeah, I also wonder whether it's just really stiff. It's really stiff. It's really bouncy. You know, it's being that suspension's being compressed so much with that aero load. But yeah, you can hear it scraping along the ground, can't you?
Yeah, and it does seem to be particularly under braking. I mean, but he is on for fastest Sector 1, Sector 2, so do you expect him to set the fastest lap as he comes up to the start-finish straight and cross the line? Yes, so he does with a 146.4. But yeah, you can actually hear the splitter bouncing off the track there. There's a audio from trackside.
It's so tricky to work that out, isn't it? When you're dealing with 1,700 kilos of downforce, how do you work? And you know the car is just there in your workshop. How do you know how the suspension is going to behave when it's got? Do you go and load 1,700 kilos of ballast on the car and see what happens? You know, I
and
guess
of course, then that's only when you're at max downforce as well. So it's like in the slower corners when you're not
going to be having that. Yeah.
And it's interesting to see them stock these big aero cars, because they almost look like rally cars. They've got like so much clearance again
when they're stationary.
Because they need that amount of travel on the suspension to cope with all this downforce at high speeds.
Yeah, it's I guess this is where people like Andrew Brilliant or other aerodynamicists will come into the picture, right? Because how do you know how that's going to behave, right? Just looking at it, trying to eyeball it, you know, that's a very difficult challenge. You've got to sit there and work this stuff out, and you need some real brains to be able to do that.
And a lot of it is testing, right? You change the aero and then you take it to track, and the car behaves in a very different way, and you have a new set of problems that you need to deal with when you're going at faster speeds. So yeah, really, the big aero cars are playing a completely different game, really.
yeah.
And a lot of different challenges that they have to contend with. So I was just looking down the times, and we did see Bradley John. We did see him out, but it says he's done 2 laps, which I guess is an out lap, and then he's done a lap and come back in. But only at a 2:26, so I'm guessing, although they got the car back out, still having problems with that rear diff, and has not been out again since.
Yeah, I've got to say, it's a relatively quiet session, isn't it? There's not a great deal of cars on track.
But I don't know, and I don't know what's happened here. Eric Holmes, we've got him on the board, but we've not seen him turn a lap either. And so that means in Club Pro, so we've got Darren Spooner, Ilya Krylov, and Mike Osborne as well. Mike Osborne, so yeah, with a 2:32. So I wonder if Mike is experiencing issues. Because again, Mike, very fast car, very fast driver. I would expect to see a bit of a lower time from him. So
Interesting
I'm going to interrupt that audio there.
Interesting that Ilya's on course for a provisional win at the moment. He's at the top of Club Pro.
Yep.
Which I think he'll be very happy about. Well, let's see. He's got a minute and a half left, but all three of those cars are in the pits. So I can't really see anything changing in Club Pro, and Ilya is very much on course to win the Super Attack in Club Pro, which means that he would be the winner of today's round in the Club Pro class. But of course, these results are provisional. They've got to go through Parc Ferme and get things confirmed and so on. But Ilya's looking like he's in a very comfortable place at the moment. So, interesting.
Oh, who do we actually still have out on track?
So Simon, Luke, Josh, and Martin. Well, Martin's stopped. He is on track technically, but he's not running, which is why the timing screen doesn't have him up as in the pits. So we have Josh Barrett, Luke, and Simon. We have 3 cars.
Yeah, we see Josh just going round, and it's one thing you can't deny the reliability Josh has had. He just goes round, and as we've seen before,
touch wood.
He just sets lap after lap and just stays out there, and every lap is a hot lap for Josh.
Yeah.
It's very impressive, actually. Again, we're talking about these higher power cars, and in these top classes, you expect them to not be able to do just lap after lap constantly.
Yeah. Well, I don't think there's a great deal of build to the engine of the Caterham, right? I mean, it sounds cammy, you know. I guess it's got some kind of spicy cams, but I think that's kind of the extent of it. You know, he's not trying to squeeze 1,000 horsepower out of something that came from the factory with 200. You know, it's quite different. The speed of that car comes from its lightweight. I mean, it is powerful, of course, but it's not quite as highly strung, I'd imagine, as some of the other stuff that we have. So you can just go out and really attack all day, and touch wood, things seem to keep working. So yeah, great stuff there from Josh Barrett. Checkered flag is out, so let's take a look at our provisional results. So Simon Norris faster than anybody with a 146.3. Luke Sandziakowski at the top of the pro class with 149.2, ahead of Josh Barrett, 159.4. So 10-second gap there. Luke Sandziakowski really flying here. Ahead of Martin Henry, 207, and Bradley John, 226.3. And then in Club Pro, our provisional winner is Ilya Krylov in that Haltech RWF Clio with a 201.6. Ahead of Darren Spooner in the Spooks Racing Developments Peugeot 205. And then Michael Osborne in the Osborne Motorsport Mitsubishi Evo. And Eric Holmes in the ENS Motorsport Mitsubishi Evo 6 RS, although Eric Holmes actually failing to set a flying lap there. So that concludes our relatively quiet, I think, Super Attack in our pro classes. And we will be getting our club classes Super Attack underway in just a few minutes. So while we are getting the track ready for our Club 2-wheel drive and Club 4-wheel drive Super Attack, we do have an interview ready, this time with Eric Holmes.
So I'm down here having a chat with Eric Holmes. So good morning.
Morning, Susie, how are you?
Yeah, I'm not bad myself.
Yes, good. Yep. Recovered after the long drive.
Yeah, I mean, these are all quite a long haul for you, right?
Even Knock Hill's 3 hours. So, yeah, 12 hours I think I was in the van.
Well, that's some dedication.
So, yeah. Brands Hatch is the worst. The traffic's always the worst getting to Brands. But, yeah, I enjoy it. I make a weekend of it, so, yeah.
And it's not you've got quite a history with Time Attack as well, haven't you?
Yes, I kind of started in 2011, I think it was. Had a year or two 2011, 2012. Then work commitments, I had to lay off for a bit. And then I came back, done SLS in Scotland for a few years, and in 23 I think I went into the pro class, and the only reason for that was because I had a set of slicks that was the right slicks to have Pirellis. So I went into pro class and I ended up third. I was quite pleased with myself getting third against some of the big cars that the guys are running here. So and then missed out last year. The car was a bit sick. Gearbox issues and electrical issues and stuff, so and my health wasn't up to best either, but anyway, got through all that, and this year I decided to make a full season. So
tell us a bit about your car for people who may not know.
So it's an Evo 6 6RS, been modified obviously. It's probably running about 7 to 750 horsepower on full boost. And I've had it for 10 years, this particular car. It was a race car before that. It belonged to a chap that's one of the owners at MB Garage Services in Aberdeenshire. And yeah, it's an unbelievable car. I've obviously modified it since then, put a new turbo. It was a front-facing turbo before because it was a drag car, used as a drag car. I've changed that, put in an Exona turbo, which is excellent turbo. And done a few other bits and pieces. I've put paddles in there. I haven't got them fixed up yet, but we've got ability to go to paddles. I've just recently bought, as you probably hear in the pit lane, it's ABS is the thing to have. Mm-hmm. And I thought, well, it's a lot of money to pay, but if it's getting you a second or plus. So I went and purchased that. I probably won't fit it this season, but I'll try to make sure I have it fitted for next season.
And of course that's a motorsport ABS, right? So quite a bit different from the standard ABS.
Yes. I've got a Delta, I think it's called Delta SCS, and some of the first ones that was out were Bosch, very expensive when they came out, and you had to get them fitted and tested and run in. So it's a bit of a challenge getting all set up properly, but there's a few guys I think in the pit lane here that have done a few of the bigger cars, so I'll probably be calling on some of them to set it up at some point. So yeah, I'll try and fit it myself and my friend. We'll get it fitted, and I just need to buy some other bits and pieces to go with it. So.
Always an endless shopping list.
You know Evos.
Yes.
Evos.
Yeah, and talking about Evos, they're such a popular platform, and obviously there's so many Evos in the pro classes, but why do you think that is?
It's a difficult question. I think, you compare it to a Subaru, I think you still have to spend a lot of money on the Evo to get it to where it is right now. And you would do the same with a Subaru. But my feeling is you might have to spend a bit more on the Subaru to get it reliable. I mean, my car, as I say, has been pretty reliable. A few niggles, as you know, through the years, but nothing major, Tim Radley built the engine 6 years ago, I think it was, and I've checked out a couple of times, but absolutely nothing, and it sings, when it's running properly. But it's all the wee electrical things, that give you a calm sensor. You get small things like that. Today, an exhaust blowing off, and
right.
yeah. So yeah, I can't put my finger on why the Evos are so popular at the top end of the motorsport.
Why do you like them?
Just the fact that I've had it for silver one. I've had for 22 years, 23 years, and it's that Jap. Cars are just, well, to me they were way above anything else at the time. Four-wheel drive's immense. It started as a road car. You could drive it to the shops and back, and it still had 300 horsepower. It just. And then now it's obviously had a few more mods and it's running a lot more. So yeah,
just a few.
Just a few more horses. Yeah.
And the championship is really close at the moment. So you're leading the championship at the moment.
Yes, leading the championship. As I said, I've tried to keep the car steady so I don't have failures. And maybe I've had one first in a couple of seconds. Michael's joined. Michael Osborne he's running an Evo as well. Very, very quick car, very, very good driver as well. So he's pushing me, and I'll try my best to catch him through the.
That's the way we like it, right? Yeah. When the drivers are pushing each other.
Yeah, absolutely. He's running about the same horsepower, I think, and he's fitted ABS this season, so he's got a few other mods that I don't. But yeah, I enjoy that. He's young guy, so I wind him up a bit, and as you do as an older guy, so with a wee bit of experience. So.
Oh, fantastic. Well, we look forward to seeing the battle between and Club Pro. We'll keep an eye out.
Yeah. Hopefully I can get a bit closer to him today. As I say, it's a fast track, and I'm sure he'll be on it, and I'll do my best to catch him.
Excellent. Well, good luck out there today. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Cheers.
Great stuff. Well, another excellent interview, Susie. Thank you for that. That was a really good watch. I think he likes.
It's always a pleasure to chat with everyone.
I think he likes Evos.
I mean, I think both of us are possibly a little bit
I think
biased.
you like Evos too. Just a hunch. In the meantime, oh my goodness, all of that chit chat, and we've had one lap so far. Such a long track. And the faster driver at the moment is Alexander Volkov in that GTR 152 miles an hour at the end of, at Speed Trap 2. Which is a fair chunk faster than anybody else. Even David Dyson in the Cayman GT4 RS, 144 miles an hour there from him, 152 miles an hour there from Alexander Volkov. And then that's faster still than many other cars further down the leaderboard. That said, okay, we have David Dyson and Alexander Volkov actually trading lap times at the sharp end of the timing screen, so a little bit of jumping around just then, which is pretty good fun. David Dyson leaped to the top very briefly, but now Alexander Volkov sets a 158.5, which puts him back at the top of Club 4-wheel drive. Of course, David Dyson and Alexander Volkov in different classes, respectively. Volkov in the 4-wheel drive, Dyson in the 2-wheel drive. And, you know, we've said all year that Snetterton would suit both of these cars, actually. And it's interesting to see that come to fruition, and both of these drivers in quite different cars swapping place at the top of the overall leaderboard. And of course, we're only a few minutes into this session, but let's see how that battle develops. Johnny Fletcher also in the mix there. Johnny Fletcher at 204.2. Very close to David Dyson. Has a 203.9, so just 0.3 of a second there between our Club 2-wheel drive front runners.
The fact I got from earlier is that he managed to change a drive shaft in 3 minutes 40. So he said,
wow,
compare that to the lap times.
Yeah.
So he can get a drive shaft change in less than 2 laps.
Yeah, if he has a bad lap, then he will do a drive shaft quicker than a lap. Like a cool down lap with a bit of traffic thrown in, he can swap a drive shaft faster.
I mean, he's quite used to swapping them now. His car does seem to be quite prone to that. But I think, again, the front-wheel drive cars where they're putting so much power through these front wheels, it does seem to be quite a common thing to go.
Yeah, because they're trying to steer them as well and do lots of other things. So.
And talking of, I guess, front ends failing on front-wheel drive cars, and one car we are missing now is Luke Capehorn. Saw him come off the track.
So what happened there?
So his lower suspension arm has snapped. So unfortunately, we will not be seeing him back out on track in this session. So, which is a shame because again, I think his car was going really well. He told me. I mean,
he felt very fighty, didn't he?
Yes,
I think he comes into every round, I think, hoping to win. But he seemed very fighty this time.
Yeah, so that's a shame we won't see him out in the final session of today.
Neil Robson in that 135i, which maybe he borrowed and then bought, or maybe he just bought from the very beginning. We'll need to clarify that one with the genuine BMW 1M body stuff, the steel front wings, front bumper, and so on.
And talking of Johnny Fletcher, sorry, going back to Johnny Fletcher, I was just looking. His last lap time was 2:04.28, so that puts him just 0.3 of a second behind David Dyson. So that is the battle I'm going to watch in Club 2-wheel drive.
I think Club 2-wheel drive often gives us quite a fun battle. I think we're quite lucky in that sense. But Johnny Fletcher and David Dyson drive such different cars.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, where would you see these two cars facing off against each other, apart from in Time Attack? And again, well, actually, I mean, you look at if you just read off the cars that are in Club 2 Wheel Drive, we've got the Porsche Cayman GT4 RS, and then Johnny Fletcher in the Vauxhall Astra, and then Mike Butler in the supercharged M3, and then Andrew Kime in Citroen Saxo, the K-swapped Saxo, then Stuart Summers in the supercharged Saxo. So again, just every car I read up this, they're all so different. Even when we have two Saxos, they're very different setups on them.
Yep. So it's like
I could keep going, literally the whole field.
Yeah,
lots of.
It's like Gran Turismo or Forza or something. You know, in real life, it's such a wacky mixture of crazy creations, unlike anything you'll see anywhere else. Dean Taylor had a little sniff at a lap time, but then went back into the pits.
Oh, that's a shame. So when I spoke to them, they basically said he's going so fast now that too much downforce, and then basically the front of the bumper's fallen off. So that was what was dragging on the floor, and then the splitter was then dragging. So.
Okay.
But I was very much hoping they got that fixed. They had.
I mean, he's tried to go out.
Yeah, well, they had all of the cable ties ready, which is the essential mechanics toolbox.
Famous load-bearing, aerodynamic bearing cable ties.
But yeah, we've seen him go back into the pits, so maybe more cable ties.
Maybe more cable ties are needed. That's the answer.
It's cable ties, duct tape, and a hammer.
Yeah. It's
Be surprised the amount of times I've seen people hitting things with a hammer.
Yeah.
In the pit lane.
It's very effective, as it turns out, at most things. Stu Summers there in that slightly newer shape of the two Saxos that we have. 179 race and retro cars. Citroen Saxo. Supercharged, this particular one. Still on the Citroen engine. So Andrew Kime's one is K-swapped, and Stu Summers there still on the original Citroen engine, but supercharged.
You can just hear the tyres. Around Coram, so really you're pushing the car right on the limits of grip, and it's such a long corner. But then, as you say, you've got this really tricky transition just before Murray's.
It's just the fully opposite, isn't it? It's like super slow and the other way.
Yeah, so you're fully loaded up on one side, and then all of a sudden you flick it back.
Yeah.
So it's really got to have a good setup for that, not to massively unsettle the car.
Yeah, and of course you're offline as well, right? You want to wash out to put yourself in the wrong place for Murray's. It's a really tricky one.
Yeah, it really is.
And I think that's also kind of where the pit lane entrance is as well. So then you might have people that are like hovering around waiting to go into the pits who are maybe slowing down. And so you're going to be coming through there full pelt, a little bit off balance as well. And then you'll have a car there going really slowly right on the line because they want to come off and go into the pits. So that's a really tricky one. Neil Wren, good to see him, of course. Put the Jubilees back on his intercooler, presumably, and back he goes. Very nice sounding car as well, and it's great to see someone, they get that idea in their head, and fate keeps trying to put them off. And someone like Neil Wren is like, no, I know this is going to work. I'm just going to keep trying until I succeed. Where others might perhaps give up or change platform or change engine or do a K-swap. Neil keeps trying to make that formula work. Alexander Volkov there setting a personal best Sector 1, but no improvement in Sectors 2 or 3. Alexander Volkov, I believe, still at the top of the leaderboard. There he is with a 158.5. So that's a 5-second, 5-second advantage over the next car in the overall leaderboard, David Dyson. but they are in different classes.
So it's just looking, Andrew Kime has set a 2:05.676. So, and that puts him just 0.2 of a second off Mike Butler. And again, such very different cars that you're comparing here.
Supercharged M3.
And this is over
naturally aspirated Citroen Saxo.
And over a long track as well. I just looked it up. It's just under 3 miles. So you know, it's to be within 200ths of a second over such a distance. Massively different cars. And it's just it's incredible, really. There's not a lot of time separating. Again, I mean, more time than we'd be talking at Brands Hatch, where it's a much kind of like shorter track. But yeah. Obviously David Dyson, Johnny Fletcher, Mike Butler, Andrew Kime.
Do you know something that's just jumped out at me looking at Alexander Volkov's car? When he had the little incident, I think it was at Brands last year, and they rebuilt the front end of that car and put the tiger on the bonnet because it symbolized something to Alexander. It looked kind of, I don't know, the tiger stood out to me a little bit as like it doesn't quite fit with the rest of the car. And what I've just realized now is how they've reworked the livery and put the tiger on the side, and it's kind of blended in with all the stickers and stuff. That actually, it works. It kind of works, actually. Yeah, I think that's a cool look. It took me a few rounds to, I think, get on board and really understand the work that's gone into that, but I think that's quite a cool looking car.
Another driver I wanted to call out as well is Rich Smith, who I was talking to earlier on the interview. So he's at a 2:06.24. So actually, I just ran down quickly after the last session, just checking with all of the drivers, and was very much hoping to see him, sitting back and chilling. He was not. He was replacing a snapped drive shaft. Again, this common theme that we're seeing. But I mean, he's got back out there on track.
Do you know what?
So
the only time I've broken a drive shaft on track was at Snet. I just remembered that, just like a little time warp back to 2016. But I did the same thing.
So we've had quite a few cars today.
This must be that kind of track, right? For whatever reason. It was also the 300 layout. And
again, a front-wheel drive car.
And it was a front-wheel drive car.
Of course.
It was that was a Clio. And that was the only track I've ever broken a drive shaft. So there's something about this layout. That penny literally just dropped. That's really interesting.
But I mean, all kudos to Rich Smith. Like I say, he had 15 minutes to get that kind of change. So between, I guess he's also got the other sessions, but obviously racing Hondas was 15-minute sessions. So not a lot of time to get that changed at all. Back out on track and to set that 2:06.2. It's a great time.
Yeah, I really enjoyed his story of how as it turns out, Rich and Dean are buddies, and they got into motorsport by doing sim racing during COVID. I thought that's a really nice story, and it's just like two pals, two bros, were doing some sim racing, and then thought, you know what, let's try this in real life. And here they are, under the same team banner, DRS Racing. So I guess the D and the R stand for Dean and Richard. Well, actually, so DR, I see what they've done here. So DR is Dean Riley, and RS is Richard Smith. So they have that R in common. So so DRS is like both of their initials. That's really cute. That's really cute. That is a great bromance. I love that.
Just looking at Neil Wren there on camera at the moment. So Neil, I was looking because earlier he set like a really great time, and his times are a little bit down, but he's actually gone across the line and set a 2:05.3. So we've got we've got 3 drivers in the 2:05s, and again over such a long track is quite remarkable. And again, very different cars. So, well, two BMWs though.
Yeah. Do you know, I've just noticed, I've been looking at this all day, but I couldn't quite work it out. But it looks like it's not a big deal, I guess, but his under tray is flapping around, I think, at the higher speed. I couldn't quite, because it's not always doing it, but then from some angles, at some speed, there you go, you can catch little glimpses of it, bouncing around. And in fact, you can see some gubbins from poking out around it, and it's all, I think his splitter might be vibrating as well. So that, all of that area under the car is all like buzzing and vibrating around. Not hugely interesting, and hopefully that's all securely fixed in, and you know the plastic's just a bit bendy. But yeah, I was trying to look at that all day, and I've only just there you go. You can definitely see it there.
Just so happy for him to be turning some clean laps.
Yeah. Well, personal best sector 1.
And that's bettered his time with 2:05.277. So really fantastic. We were saying he's had such a rotten season. Every round he's had some kind of like issues. And at Brands Hatch, the accident that saw him making contact with the wall. But we've seen him back this morning, battling the issues with his intercooler coming loose, and then going back out there. And he is currently the 4th fastest car on track. And that is fast enough for 3rd in Club 2-wheel drive as well.
Yeah, I think he'll be very happy with that. And this is one of those classes where there are quite a lot of cars in this class, right? Because I've definitely been on this too. When I've taken podium, I've been quite happy with a podium. In fact, there are only 3 cars in the class, which is.
Sorry, I've just seen Andrew Kime has set 2:05.423, so now there is only 0.02 of a second separating him and Mike Butler, and he's just pipped Mike Butler. So, and just as the checker flag goes out, so yeah, again, the differences over such a long distance are like.
Yeah, I mean my screen's got that as a as 100th of a second. 100th exactly.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Mega going. I think it might have been 10th before, and now it's 100th. Yeah, no, I think we've got the checkered flag out.
Yeah.
So unless anyone is on a flyer.
Well, Andrew Kimes just turned his headlights off, so I guess he's gonna cool things down. We have Neil Robson in the 135i, who still has his headlights on, so perhaps. Then he's still in a hot lap, which he is entitled to be until he takes that checkered flag. So we may see an improvement there from him, although his sectors 1 and 2, no improvement. So I don't think we'll see a better performance from him. David Frost in the Honda Civic, the FK. Set a 2:13.8 in the closing moments, which for him is a personal best. So nice job there as well to David Frost. Mike Butler in the supercharged M3, just coming, I think, round. Oh, no, I think I missaw that. Nope, that was the final corner there, Murray's. Let's see what he can do. Looking very fast indeed. 2:06, so just about a second adrift of his previous personal best. I think Neil Wren is the only driver still on a hot lap, and in fact you can see him now coming up at the back of the shot towards the checkered flag. Neil Wren, nope, quite a slow one there from him, so perhaps running into some traffic or just cooling down because it's the end of the session. So all of our drivers now will be heading into Parc Fermé, but assuming that is all fine, the provisional results then of our club classes Super Attack. Alexander Volkov, the winner in club 4-wheel drive, faster than anybody on track by quite some margin, 158.5. And that's ahead of Dean Taylor, second in club 4-wheel drive. Didn't really set a flying lap, but that is the result. David Dyson ends the session as the 2-wheel drive winner for today, the 2:03.9, ahead of Fletcher, Wren, Kime, Butler, Summers, Good, Robson, and Frost. So those are your provisional results. Again, you can get all the times, all the sector times, and past results, and all of that data right at your fingertips if you go on the TSL timing website. In the meantime then, the timing screen is clear. Preparation for the Clubman classes Super Attack, which we will be getting underway in just a few minutes. So Susie there was keeping one eye on the standing lap records, and it seems like we've had quite a few fall today, but things have moved on so much since 2019, where I think every car basically has at least 400 horsepower. Everything's got super wide tires. Everything's turbocharged. Loads of stuff have got sequential gearboxes or DSGs. The tire technology has come on leaps and bounds too, and we have the new Control Yokohama Advan AO52 tire this year, which probably plays a big role in that as well. It was very interesting. One of the German car magazines, Auto Bild or someone like, took a Carrera GT, which is one of the top supercars from 20 years ago. They took that around the Nordschleife, and all they changed was they put on some modern top-of-the-range track day tires, and it was like lapping what would be pretty much modern supercar performance. So all it took was new modern tires. Like, the technology's moved on so much. And so I imagine that also these brand new Yokohamas, which I think have only recently arrived to the market, will probably be, they probably are responsible for some of that leap since 2019. But yeah, cars these days are getting very, very fast indeed.
We've been very fortunate with the weather as well today, right? It has actually been a really good day. Not too hot. It is a little bit warm, but not too hot. Not as hot as we saw at like Brands Hatch. So, and I know we're obviously, if it gets too, that's also a problem. You're going to struggle with engine temperatures and intake temperatures, and also the tires and having to keep those cool. So there's a little bit of a breeze, and we've got one session, so I will stop talking about the weather, because otherwise everybody will be the commentators.
Yeah, come on, let's have a shower now. Let's have a rain shower. Let's do it. Torrential downpour.
I think actually
mix it up.
In this class, a lot of people will be very happy if it rains, because I think it really is a big equaliser. And then because again, when you've got these big straights, it really does kind of favour the kind of higher power cars. But yeah, so we'll see. We've got 20 minutes on the clock. So I'm not particularly seeing any rain clouds, but we'll see. Never say never. It's Snetterton, also which commonly was known as Wetterton, because
I've not heard that one.
How have you not heard that one?
I haven't.
Because it does very. We're normally at Snetterton at the end of the season, and it is normally torrential rain to go alongside it. We've had lots of rivers running down the pit lane before, so it's very nice to be here in nicer weather.
Yeah. Look at the difference, how many cars are on track now. We talk about traffic quite a lot because that's a big part of the time attack puzzle, is being able to negotiate that traffic. But it's visibly different in this group of classes compared to, say, the pro classes, where I think we had 9 cars on track, and now, like you said, we've got 21 or so. And that really shows. I think at a track like Snetterton 300 late, that isn't too big of a deal. Definitely moments within the session, like right now, where actually there's a lot of traffic. So let's see how that one pans out.
So I'm interested to see if Gene Riley's going to go out and set the fastest time again. So I believe Mark Donnelly has got a few issues, got a slight slipping clutch, on and off, intermittent.
Okay.
So we'll see if that continues to be an issue. And keep an eye on those two in Classic and Retro.
Yeah, I think we've been really lucky to have a great battle in Classic and Retro throughout all of the rounds so far. I think in some of the other classes, perhaps some players kind of drop in and out of the battle depending on the track and the weather and what suits what car and whatever. Whereas the battle in Classic and Retro has been ongoing since the very beginning of the year, every single round. I think Mark Donnelly's had the advantage most of the time in the 1983 Ford Escort, which is really great. I love that. And not only has he been at the top of the Classic and Retro class, he's also been faster than all of the other classes that you see on track right now, you know, Exiges and S2000s and Golf Rs and all this other stuff, you know, Mark Donnelly is faster than all of that in the Escort, which is really great to see.
Eden was saying at Brands Hatch he managed to set the record for 15 seconds before Mark.
He had 15 seconds of joy, and then, okay, here's Mark. Never mind, Mark Donnelly's back. Okay. He is, fastest
but
than
it was
anyone.
so close at Brands Hatch. It was really, really fantastic racing. That's what we like to see.
Mark Roberts in that little F4R powered Clio, so one of the few Clios still running that Renault engine. 950 kilos with driver, which is incredibly light, especially these days. I mean, if we look at the Saxos as well, I think they're 800 and something with driver.
Mark was saying earlier, though, he doesn't really have any brakes today.
Okay.
So he said he actually had to use the handbrake on one of the corners. So, and I, again, quickly checked in with him before we headed into Super Attack, and I said, have you got any brakes? And he was like, not really. So being very brave going out there.
Okay.
So as we know, there's big braking zones coming into turn one, and then again at the end of the Bentley Straight.
Clive Hopwell there had briefly set what was for a moment the faster sector 2 of anyone. That has now turned green, which means that's because someone else has claimed the purple sector. But watching this Golf R as he just completes his laps throughout the day, I've been actually really impressed and surprised by, even now, you can just see how much that car is moving around. And I have to say, I've been guilty of falling into the trap so many times, especially when it comes to Volkswagen Audi group cars, of thinking, they're really boring, they got all the grip in the world, DSG gearbox, yawn. But actually, this car is moving around a lot, and it looks like a real handful. And it looks a lot. I've not really looked at it that closely, I think, until today, but the amount that car is moving around, it looks like great fun, actually. Maybe I'm beginning to see it. Maybe I'm beginning to see the appeal. It looks like great fun.
What was quite surprising to me is Clive was saying, and I think this is the case with all modern cars, is the extra weight that they're carrying. So we're seeing the more modern cars start to join Time Attack, and obviously it's quite easy to extract a lot more power with like a simple map than it is like some of the older cars. But they're all carrying so much more weight. So I think Clive was saying, he was saying it was like now stripped, it's like 1,350 kilos.
Wow.
So, and that's after you've stripped it. So
wow.
Yeah, it's and that's without him in it as well. So yeah, it's again.
Cars are getting very big.
Yeah, and as you say, when you're comparing that to something like, you know, the Saxos or the kind of like smaller cars, when they're kind of like under a ton, it makes a huge difference out there.
Yeah, I mean, under a ton is like unthinkable for modern cars.
Yeah,
we've got the, I think we've got the I think the MX-5 is the only basic car, you know, this side of a Elise or an Exige that is sub-ton. It's just unheard of in this day and age. I think that some of the there was one trim level of ND MX-5 which weighs less than a ton, I think, but like that's probably the only car in the market that weighs so little, at least, you know, for reasonable money. Performance cars these days are so heavy.
So we have seen Dean Riley go straight out and set, and again I think so Dean Riley, Clive Hopwell, Annie Thompson go straight out and set some very quick times. But Dean Riley again in with another 206.7. So, and I'm pretty sure, because I have spoken to a lot of people today, and it's been about 50-50 about who's actually driven the 300. I'm pretty sure Dean said he's never driven the 300 before. So if he has, or he hasn't, and he's set that 206, he's just gone out there and put that straight in on his first hot lap.
Wow.
And again, that rivals from his fastest lap in the last session was a 206.6. So literally straight out there and within a tenth of his best times.
Very
which
consistent,
is again, and
yeah.
You know, at the moment, kind of like running 3 seconds faster than anyone else out on track.
I think while we're on the topic of classic and retro, James Cook on the YouTube live stream, the Lucas Oil live stream, put in a really, really fun comment, I think. So he's just got a car that he is thinking to enter into classic and retro as a single round entry. It's a 1982 E21 BMW, which, you know, I just want to call that out and encourage James, the captain, Cook there. And just say, you know, lots has been happening in these sessions, so sorry for not getting around to your comment earlier, but, you know, don't want to leave you unseen. Definitely bring that to Time Attack. I think that would be a really cool addition to the Classic and Retro class. So, yeah, hopefully we'll see it one of our upcoming Time Attack rounds. Mark Donnelly there in that XR3i Escort.
Fastest Sector 2 as well.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Fastest Sector 2 and fastest speed trap, first speed trap time. So we're keeping an eye on this.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to have set a particularly serious lap yet. So 2:36 is, you know, I think a out lap or something like that. So he would be looking at around Dean Riley's lap time. So, you know, nearly half a minute faster. So let's see what he can do here. Faster Sector 2 of than anybody else.
Oh, there we go. A 206.632. So he's just pipped Dean Riley. So they were saying perhaps slipping clutch, perhaps some issues with gearing, but everything's strung together perfectly on that lap for Mark Donnelly.
Wow, and you can see he's smashed on the cool-down light. And that's enough. And he's done a good job here.
I've just looked up. If you compare that to Dean Riley's fastest time in the last session, which is the fastest time I think we've seen today for Classic and Retro, which was a 206.637. Mark Donnelly's just done a 206.632, so 5 thousandths of a second quicker, and you cannot get closer than that. That is unbelievable. Over 3 miles.
Yeah. Wow.
That is amazing going. Oh, well, I mean, the challenge is out to Dean Riley then. Can he better his time?
So this is an interesting machine. This is the 313 car of Thomas Langley.
So this is going to confuse you, right? So this is the same car that we saw at Brands Hatch.
It's the same one?
It is the same car. Because that's what, when I saw them, I was like, oh, you've got a new car. And they're like, nope, same car.
Wow.
Different body kit, running wider wheels.
It's so boxy. I keep thinking it's a GR Yaris because of how extreme the arches are.
Yep. But no, same car. So now a little bit of a body kit on it. So running wider wheels.
A little bit of a body
kit. Wider body kit on it. Running, enabling him to, I think, go from 7.5 inch wheels to 9. So yeah, that extra width and the extra grip. Yeah, it's a big difference. And then complete different look as well with the wrap, which is why I thought it was a completely different car, but it is not. It's the same car.
Yeah, at the corner of my eye, I kept thinking that was a GR Yaris all day, and I meant to come round to that. Like, it does. That's the same.
It does look like it.
It's how the arches poke out, especially around the back. It looks like a GR Yaris, like the same silhouette. Yeah, wow, how interesting. And of course, the front end doesn't really look that Fiesta-ish anymore with a massive front grille. No. Wow, what a transformation. So, yeah, wow. I think that's one of the most fun bits you can do to a car, right, is transform the look of it, because it makes such a difference to the presence and to the race carness of your car. So, yeah, he's probably going to be absolutely over the moon with that transformation. Dean Riley there in the VX220, setting up faster Sector 1 than anybody. That includes Mark Donnelly. So Michael Greenhue in that PD130 powered Corsa B, making his way past Jay McToldridge up the leaderboard. So Jay McToldridge now in the E86, bumped down to 4th in the Classic and Retro class.
So it's great to see Mike Greenhue back, because we've not seen him for the last couple of rounds.
Dean Riley there finds 0.4 of a second. Big improvement there.
I made the mistake of, we have so many entries, I had to scroll down and I missed that coming in.
I had the same, yeah, when we were on the big screen, all of the lower end of the timings board was like off the screen. We got so many of them in these classes, yeah.
So that was really interesting, because he had a fastest Sector 1, fastest Sector 3, but not Sector 2.
Yeah, so he's got more time.
Yep.
He's got even more time to find.
So if he could, and again, if he could find that So sector 2 is where he needs to find a little bit more time to pip Mark, but overall, a faster lap.
Yeah, I mean, I think the term optimal lap has really become in vogue lately, where so many people are running these various lap timers, the Garmin little gadget, this individual sector time. What if you were to combine the best of all of your sector times into one perfect lap? What would that be? That's what your optimal lap is. And of course, it's a little bit of a make-believe kind of nonsense, because unless you set that lap, you haven't set that lap. But a lot of people talk about their optimal lap as if that's a thing that's become a new metric, is what your optimal lap is. And so what we know for a fact is that Dean Riley's fastest sector 1, fastest sector 2, and fastest sector 3 have not yet been strung together yet. And if he could do so, then he would improve his lap time even more. We know he's got that time in his pocket from the individual sector times.
So what we've just seen is Richard Stevens actually go through, find my way back to my screen, set the fastest clubman time in that single round entry BMW M2. And actually, I believe...
Yeah, there he is. Yeah.
Oh, it's just refreshed all my times. But I'm pretty sure they had the fastest terminal velocity speed.
Okay.
Actually, where's V1? Where's that speed trap? Is that?
I'm not actually sure.
I mean, I'm not sure if that's around the back or on our start-finish straight. But yeah, and again, we're talking. There we go. We see this the new M2. So speaking with them, the car.
It's an interesting colour, isn't it?
The car is, they say, relatively stock.
Okay.
Just I think a map and some coilovers. But as we know, with the newer cars, I think the map, huge amounts of power that they're getting out of this. I think they said potentially kind of like 600 or north of 600.
That's incredible.
Which is,
that was like
crazy.
supercar. That was like hypercar power not that long ago.
But I think they're saying, it needs some more mods to be doing that kind of speed around the track.
Okay.
So I think it's showing the limitations of the rest of the car when you're pushing it that hard. But, I've gone out there and set a 2:08.113, so great time there.
Yeah, as a single round entry, he won't qualify for championship points. So if the results were to stay as they are, he'd be scored separately to everyone else in terms of he wouldn't score any points. So Annie Thompson would actually inherit that class win as far as the championship's concerned.
And I mean, talking of clubmen as well, and we were saying that there's going to be a battle between these three, but so Annie Thompson, Clive Hopwell, Dan Buckingham, between the three of them, Annie Thompson with a time 2:09.6, Clive with a time of 2:10.1, Dan with a time of 2:10.2. So all three cars within, what is that, like 0.6 of a second?
Wow.
And again, I think Clive Hopwell and Dan Buckingham setting their fastest times on that last lap. So again, seeing the times improving as we're going through the session.
Yeah, I think maybe a little. I don't think we've discussed Gary Papworth much today, but I think definitely deserves a shout out. Great effort there from him as well. I can only assume that this single round entry is a local boy, given that the team is Norfolk Mini. But Gary Papworth there with a current best of 2:11.1, although he has just set a personal best speed trap 2. So let's see, perhaps there's more time in that Mini yet as he comes across the start-finish straight. Let's see what he can do. Number 130, Mark Blackburn, has just had a lap time disallowed because of track limits. Gary Papworth, meanwhile, no improvement there from him. But look, 3 minutes left, so he's got another, well, perhaps 2 flying laps up in him. It's just lots of dust there behind that BMW M2 just now, so I wonder whether he might have dipped a wheel off the track, and in fact he's slowed right down, indicating to the side, let's let everyone past. Maybe the red mist got to him and starting pushing a bit too hard and dipped a wheel on the grass.
But we should talk about Pocket Rocket actually, and so you were saying Gary Papworth, but then and leading, so Stephen House and then Rafael Sosares. So, and that is very much the mini class, isn't it? So we have quite a few minis in there, but again, they're all running very closely together. So yeah, from a 2:11.1 to a 2:12.0. So yeah, less than a second separating them.
Wow. So it's, yeah, incredible.
And then we've also got Pocket Rocket NA, where the class has been separated into the forced induction and NA classes this year, and we've got Ryan Barker leading the class there in the Civic, up with again 2:11.1. It's a great time, and I was talking to Ryan a bit earlier, and so his brother is racing in racing Hondas.
Okay.
So they've got very similar spec
really
cars.
nice.
So they're basically. And this is one of his many cars, but he's using the car this year, so he doesn't have a lot of track time experience, and he's building up the experience, and then he may go Dodge or racing in Hondas, but he wants to see if he can get to the same kind of times that they're running in the Racing Hondas Championship.
Meanwhile, on the Lucas Oil live stream, you had a comment here from 13 Reclassify, hoping to be Pocket Rocket NA next year once my Corsa is built. So yep, absolutely. Please do join us next year. I think you'll have a great time. I strongly encourage that. Yeah, you know, I've done it for a few years, and I absolutely loved it. So the only reason I don't do it anymore is because I wrecked that particular car, and I haven't built a new one yet. But I'd love to do it again. So definitely, I strongly recommend it. Annie Thompson here in the Exige 410. Currently second in Clubman, well, at least in terms of overall lap time. She would inherit that class win in terms of championship standings if this result were to stay as it currently is, because the current front runner, Richard Stevens, isn't a full championship entry, so he doesn't qualify for championship points. But Annie Thompson there, her current best, a 2:08.8.
Right, I'm just looking at the clock. We've got 15 seconds left on the clock, but we've seen Mark Donnelly set fastest Sector 1 and fastest Sector 2. Can he take off, what is that, the 0.4 of a second that he needs to rival Dean Riley just right at the end of the last session of the last day? So
close.
Keep an eye on Mark as he's going around. Fingers crossed he doesn't have those clutch slipping issues he was mentioning earlier. And we will see how that actually translates
here he
to
goes.
lap time as he comes. Is that coming up the start finish?
That's
yes,
it,
coming
that's
up
it.
the
Here we
start
go.
finish now. So keep an eye on that time.
Mark Donnelly in the Escort.
Oh, he does. I mean, he does improve to a 2:06.3, but not enough to take that from Dean with a 2:06.2.
Wow.
So, I mean, what a great last lap to finish out that session with.
Incredible. Oh, Stephen House had some kind of issue there, it would seem. But he got so out of the way that we didn't even realize that happened. Wow, that was great fun. So Dean Riley faster than anybody in this session, which I don't think has happened before.
Amazing driving.
He'll be over the moon with that. Wow. That was great fun.
That was great fun. What a way to end the day.
So let's take a look at our provisional results then. The winner in Classic Retro is Dean Riley, ahead of Mark Donnelly, Michael Greenhue, and Jay McToldridge. Our provisional Clubman winner is Richard Stevens, ahead of Annie Thompson, Clive Hopwell, Dan Buckingham, and the first initial there, Soreen Georgi. In Pocket Rocket Voice Induction, it's Gary Papworth ahead of Rafael Sartaris, Stephen House, Thomas Langley, and Jamie Biss. And Pocket Rocket Naturally Aspirates, our provisional winner then is Ryan Barker, ahead of Mark Roberts, Stephen Wilkinson, Duncan, Emmett, and Martin Batchkovich. Usually a podium finisher, but I think some issues there for him. Wow, that was great fun.
Yes, lots of lap records.
What a great track.
Yes.
I wonder why we haven't
really
done it more. This is really great.
But it's been pretty hard on cars. We've seen quite a lot of attrition throughout the day, but it is we've seen some fantastic racing out here. And again, I think we've just seen all of the lap records being smashed. So just looking down, yes, I mean absolutely by miles. We were talking Pocket Rocket Lap record before was a 2:20. So, yeah, just gives you an indication of how much things have moved on. Clubman was a 2:14. And again, we're looking kind of like, what,
2:08.
2:6s, 2:8s. So, yes, lap record's going.
Wow.
A lap record for everybody today.
Yeah. It's like
I mean, what a way to end the day.
Like you get a lap record, you get a lap record, you get a lap record.
Exactly.
Wow, that was great fun.
Yeah.
And the fun isn't even over, because we're gonna jump straight into, well, there'll be a little, let's not oversell it. They need to like clear the cars and park for a minute, get the Hondas out, green flag, all this stuff. But we're pretty much gonna jump right into the Racing Hondas Championship race 2 of the day. So don't go anywhere yet, because we will be bringing you that in just a few minutes. But for now, yeah, that's it from Time Attack. Yeah, thank you, Susie.
We'll see you back in 4 weeks for
Alton
Alton Park.
4 weeks thereabouts at Alton Park. Yeah, but don't go anywhere yet, because we're going to jump right into the Racing Hondas Championship Race 2 in just a few minutes.
So, welcome back everybody. One more piece of track action left to go, and it is, as Alexi rightfully said, the second race of the day for the Racing Hondas Championship. It is a partially reversed grid for all three classes. So the ball draw that we saw, which we sadly couldn't bring you live, but was made after the podium interviews were done for our three class winners, drew number 4, which means that the top 4 in each class gets partially reversed, if I'm right in saying so. That means that we have a front row of Liam Collins and Bob Barron on the front of the grid. That should be quite interesting. Let's see how that plays out when racing gets underway. Bob Barron, of course, has just taken his first podium in the championship after scoring 3rd on the 2-lap restart for race number 1. As for our race winner, Will Self, he will go off, naturally, if he'll go from 4th on the grid. So, because of the top 4 reversing those positions, it now means that things are looking a little more interesting all round on that side. We are getting set to go very, very shortly. And this is going to be, I think, an interesting contest. Usually the partial reverse grids tend to be quite interesting, because you get some drivers a little bit out of position, and it means it makes it just a little bit more intriguing for the cars that are further back, that have been pushed back for the partial reverse grid, a little further backwards. To confirm also, pole sitters in other classes as well. Sam Lintzner will be on pole for Class B. We'll go through the full grid in a second, which is on the screen now. And Class C pole sitters Callum Houchin. For that grid, which sees classes A, B and C all segmented into their own grids with a black rose gap between them, it is Liam Collins who will start on pole position with Bob Barron alongside him on the front row of the grid, Integra and EG Civic. Phil Wright starts in 3rd place. We've got a couple of stories about him. A couple of other cars had some dramas, which we'll talk about in a second. Will Self, race 1 winner, going for his 3rd of the season, have to do it from the 2nd row of the grid. Dave Buckley starts 5th, ahead of James Kiff in 6th. And Tommy Knight should do better this time from 7th, but will try not to spin on the first lap, I'm sure. He's alongside the fellow EK racer of James Alford. 9th place on the grid is Fraser McNeil in the 2nd of the Kilted K-Swaps EG Civics, followed in the top 10 by James Allen, our single round entry scoring no points, and Anthony Allett, Kevin Talbot, which we'll talk about in a second, who retired on the final lap of the restarted race, and Dan Brown, who didn't take the restart, but when he did, when the red flag came out, he just passed Phil Wright for 2nd place and was on qualifying pace out in front. Then there's a rose gap. Then we go back to our Class B runners, again top 4 reversed, so Sam Lintzner starts on that pole position from Lewis Barker, then Ryan Cunningham, and points leader overall and in class Dan Thackeray, followed by then Sammy Milam and Duncan Holloway from Luke Crassus Menu and Spencer Fortag. And then it's another rose gap, and then Callum Houchin and Matt Rowling go backwards as well. So the 30-second board is up, so we'll be heading off onto the formation lap very, very shortly around the full 3-mile Snetterton 300 circuit here based in Norfolk. A couple of notes from Championship Coordinator Carl McKellar in terms of some of the notes that were happening earlier on from 1 or 2 issues. Now, 2 cars that we saw had problems were Dan Brown and Kevin Talbot. I also had apparently the issue that we had with Spencer Fortag was a clutch problem, which is the reason why he stopped just before Palmer. In terms of the other cars had issues, Dan Brown had to have a rapid drive shaft rebuild and swap onto his car, so he should be on the grid, which he is not. So, unless he is, he got away a little bit slow, but he is down on the grid. I was looking outside the comment box window, and I saw Kevin Talbot go past, but not Dan Brown for a split second. So Dan Brown is back out there with a rebuilt and sourced, swapped over drive shaft. As for Phil Wright, apparently he has a mystery light in the dash giving him some concern, so watch out for him to see if he can last the race from 3rd on the grid. And Kevin Talbot, who is on the grid, you might have seen the bright green DC5 Integra. It's just coming into the top of the shot on the screen if you're watching on my live stream, just weaving from side to side. They hopes they've fixed the issue. He's apparently had some left front suspension problems all day long. We understand that potentially the issue that he had was related possibly to that. It was getting worse and worse, and then he pulled off. So that could be something that could be an issue if it continues to develop further and causes him a problem in race number 2. For the Class B victory, well, Sam Lintzner might have a good chance here to get a good start, but we know how quick both Ryan Cunningham and Dan Thackeray are. They've been the 2 pace setters in the championship in Class B for the entire season so far, really. So, and Dan's only failed to win 1 race all season, so I wouldn't put it past Dan to pick his way through from 4th on the Class B grid. One driver I also want to watch out for as well is Tommy Knight. I think he's got enough pace in him to get himself up there to potentially challenge for a podium. He had that spin, if you didn't watch earlier on or weren't watching around the circuit, or another part of the circuit around here when you didn't at the start of the first race, end of the first lap. Tommy Knight went into Murray's, locked the rears and spun the car at Murray's corner, dropped right down to the back of the field, 23rd and last position. He was one of the cars to benefit from the red flag that we had, because he got a chance to really pick his way through and got himself quickly up from, I think it was 12th on the grid on the restart to 7th. So he now gets himself a bit of redemption to try and get through from row number 4. This is also a great opportunity for Bob Barron, because he has been on the front row before in a reverse grid race. At the very least, he was on pole for the first reverse grid race. That was race 2 at Cadwell Park, and he led for half the race until he made a mistake, just locked the rears right at the top of the circuit halfway into the race, and then from there he just lost positions and dropped down to the top 3. Now he has his first podium. That certainly will start to unlock the potential that he might well have to score more and more throughout the season, because they do say once you get you first, it almost tends to open the floodgates in theory. So Bob's going to try and get a good start. Now, he was put under pressure by Liam Collins throughout the entire race, the entirety of the restart. So what was becoming a battle for 4th place turned into a battle for the podium when Talbot pulled off with his mechanical issues right here at Brunton Nelson on the escape road when he went straight on. So whether Bob can get a better start, he is not necessarily on the racing line when you see restart, because pole position is on driver's right to the inside of the wall. Now, yes, racing line would dictate that you're on the left-hand side because the first corner is a right-hander at Ritchie's, but some drivers like to hug the pit wall to get the shortest possible run to the line at the end of a lap, which tends to be, particularly with time attack here, lots of rubber being laid down more to the inside rather than the outside of the circuit, because you're getting that tighter run, the shortest possible route to the line to get yourself a better lap time. So I wonder if Liam Collins might benefit from better rubber down on the right-hand side of the circuit, and I wonder if he might get a better start because of that. However, if Bob Barron can just grab the bite point of that clutch a little bit quicker and get himself off the line, I wouldn't put it past him trying to win a drag race down towards Ritchie's corner if he can manage it. Of course, the 2 cars behind are going to be ones that are a threat. Phil Wright in 3rd place, though he has a mystery warning light, which could be an issue. And Will Self from the outside of row 2 is also going to be a threat, as always. He was lapping a lightning getaway on both starts and even led both of them by at least about 1.5 seconds. So watch him pick his way through if he doesn't get stuck behind the 3 cars in front of him. Other cars to keep an eye on, just in front of Tommy Knight, the 2 white cars in 5th and 6th position, and all white cars for 3rd row, which is Dave Buke, who's doing really decent things in that number 51 EK Civic, and then James Kiff, who's only in his 2nd ever car meeting in his Honda Integra DC2. He's been really impressive, scoring all finishes inside the top 7. His best came at Brands Hatch Race 2 with a 5th position. Last couple of cars just coming into place in Class B towards the back, and also 2 cars to watch for. Obviously, are going to be maybe 3 cars towards the back. Going to be James Allen starting 10th, Kevin Talbot starting 12th, and Dan Brown starting 13th. Dan Brown was on qualifying pace towards the end of the first part of that race. We'll see if he's got enough of that to continue. So, remember, it's all calm and quiet until the VTEC kicks in. It's about to do so right now. 5-second board is up, and round 8 of the Racing Hondas Championship for 2025 at a much brighter Snetterton is all set to get underway. Is it going to be Collins or Barron who wins the sprint down towards turn 1? It's a clean start from the front row pair, but as expected, the second row pair get an even better launch. They're going to make it 3 abreast for second down towards Ritchie's. It's Collins to the inside line, but look at it, 3 wide. It's right on the inside. Barron in the middle now. It's 3 wide for the lead. They're going. Barron's caught to the middle and somehow gets squeezed out of it. He drops to 4th. He takes the safe option, slots in behind Self and Wright as they get down towards the Wilson hairpin, not Montreal for the first time, and it is Collins that leads. It's right in 2nd place, side by side for 3rd as Barron bumps his way through and elbows Will Self out wide to take 3rd place back again. It is Buki in 5th position who's held his place. Tommy Knight's got a decent start too. He's chasing after both Kiff and, in fact, no, he's 6th in fact, round the outside with Fraser McNeil to his inside. Not a great start for James Kiff. He's down to about 6th position, and also with great starts is that James Allen up to about 8th or 9th already. So from the back of the Class A grid, James Allen picking his way through quickly. In there too is somewhere James Orford. There's a lock-up mid-pack somewhere as well. I think that's from Lewis Barker in the Class B ranks. See if we can take a look at what's happening in Class B off the start. It looks like as they pour their way through, is it Thackeray in the lead? No, I think it's still Sam Lintz. There's a lock-up from Barron into Oggies for 2nd place. but holds on to the position and remains third. And now Will Self, who hasn't made the most of the start he was hoping for, back in fourth position and chasing after Bob Barron, who's a fellow EG Civic driver. We've got EKs at play in fifth position with Buki under threat from Tommy Knight. And now the Hondas charge down the back straight, the Bentley straight for the first time. DC2 Integra leads EP3 Civic, leads EG Civics third and fourth. And that's the EK Civics fifth and sixth position. Out through Brundle, out through Nelson. Huge thump of the curve from Bob Barron. He is pushing on this opening lap to try and keep up with the leaders here. He wants another podium if he can manage it, but he knows the cars around him are very valuable. He looks like he got a bit of a shaky exit out of the bomb hole. Now this gives him a really tough task to try and defend from Will Self, who had a momentary look up the inside through into the entrance of Coram as he goes side by side for the lead. Right up the inside into Murray's corner, picks off the pass, goes round the outside at Coram, and into the lead he goes. Now Haas is backed up Liam Collins because he's lost a bit of pace. He might have lost a gear. Bob Barron has passed in second place. Will Self might get third. Top four together as they cross the line. It's side by side for third as Self goes to the outside. Collins holds the inside line. Who's brave enough under brakes and turning in? It's Self round the outside and takes third place. So in the space of literally 2 corners, Collins has lost 3 places. Self sideways over the dirt being thrown up on the exit of Richie's corner, but he's chasing after the top 2. In the background, James Allen goes wheel to wheel with Kiff and Kevin Talbot down the outside. It then becomes from 3 wide to 2 by 2 into the hairpin at Wilson hairpin. And actually, in fact, it's Dan Brown, in fact. Brown's got past James Kiff, and he's also got past Fraser McNeil on the exit of Wilson hairpin on top of that, because James Allen is chasing after the 2 EK Civics in 6th and 7th place. Leaders down towards the Agostini hairpin for the second time. Another little lock up on the inside front from Barron. Should keep tabs with our Class B and C leaders. It is in Class B at the end of lap number 1. It is a lead for Sammy Linsner. Then it's Ryan Cunningham in second place. Thackeray not in the lead yet. He's up to third. And then it's Barker fourth, Milan fifth, Holloway in sixth, Crassus Menu, and Callum Houchin staying ahead of Matt Rowling at the end of lap number 1. So no real changes in leaders when it comes to, well, apart from the front runners in Class A, but no change in lead for Classes B and C from the grid. But it is now Phil Wright in the lead now in pole position. Little flick of the curb from Tommy Knight. He chases after Dave Buki. Now they make the sprint down the back straight. One couple of cars moving around to try and find Mateau somewhere. Just Phil Wright now becoming under pressure from these 2 EG Civics, and that is Fraser McNeil pulling up on the back straight. Fraser McNeil with an issue, and his car pulling up onto the edge of the road. I think he's parked it conveniently where it can be pushed back behind the barriers, so it might not be a yellow flag or a safety, or even a safety car. I don't think. They should be able to clear that pretty quickly, I hope. Looking up the inside for second place. Will Self is pushed in the issue. Barron gives him the space. He doesn't want to brave it out around the outside. You might get him back later on. And Barron slots back in behind him now. Self is up to second place. This is almost a repeat of race 1, but it's now roles reversed. It was Wright doing the chasing of Self. Now it's Self chasing Wright for the victory. Just over 10.5 minutes to go. 2 laps in the books now. So Wright, Self and Barron. Top 3 covered by 1.1 seconds. Self is going defensive. He's not comfortable being on the racing line to defend from Barron. He knew that Barron might get him in the toe and come back at him in the slipstream. Still 4th place for Collins, 5th place for Buki, still been chased down by Knight, and he's got 2 very feisty black Civics behind him. That's James Allen and Dan Brown, with Kevin Talbot going with them. He's only 7/10 back as Barron runs wide on the exit over the AstroTurf at Wilson Hairpin. For Class B, still Sammy Linston leading the way, Cunningham second, then it's Thackeray, Barker and Milan the top 5. And in Class C, it is still Houchin versus ahead of Rowling, gap between them 0.2 of a second. So that might have changed by the next time we see it, or the next time they cross the line. Down to Agostini, challenge on for 5th. This is now Buki defending from Tommy Knight, who are frustrated trying to get past, but they're stacking up behind them as they go wheel to wheel. Tommy Knight was right there on Buki's right rear wheel, but he's not close enough to pull alongside. Tries to get better traction, forces Buki to try to go to the inside to defend. And here comes Dan Brown thinking, excuse me, you 2 battling, but can I come through, please? And I think you see a bit more preoccupied to try and get through. And I think Brown thought about making a move to try and just prise the door open, but he had to take 2 bites at the apex to turn in and hold the place. Out of Williams onto the back straight, little bounce around from Knight. That car still bouncing around a bit. He mentioned after practice that the car was hopping around quite a lot. I think, not sure if there's yellow flags or not down the back straight, because the yellow EG Civic of Fraser McNeil that pulled up a lap ago is still there. So they haven't pulled it back, but I wonder if they think it's in a safe enough position in the pits on the back straight. Couldn't see yellow flags, I'm not sure. I'm trying to see if there's anything on the cameras here that might give me an idea. Nothing that I can see, obviously. Battle is on. There's been a change as Dan Brown's got past Tommy Knight, so that must have been down the back straight. A little wiggle from Knight, Exton, Williams certainly favoured Brown's momentum, and now Brown's attacking to try and take a top 5 place from Dave Buki. But Dave won't give it up that easy. He's quite a character, but he's also a very feisty racer on top of that too. He will not let go of that 5th position unless Dan Brown prizes it prizes his hands off the steering wheel and takes it from him by force. End of lap number 3. Gap is now top 3 as Self is on the back end of Phil Wright. There's also nose to tail for 3rd between Barron and Collins. Now this 5-way dance between Dave Buki and Dave Brown. Brown had to look up the inside and thought about it. But Buki now going back to the inside to defend, and Knight's also not comfortable either. He's now got attack from both sides, from both James Allen and from Kevin Talbot. As down the inside, look at that. 3 of them getting past Buki in one go. That's incredible. Dan Brown opened the door into the hairpin. Tommy Knight followed him through. James Allen went to the outside to make it 3 cars passing in one corner. He might want to achieve it now up the inside into Palmer's. But again, Buki holds the outside line, doesn't give it up that easy. They're wheel to wheel on the exit of the corner. Looking on the cameras, we're looking at that fight for 3rd. Another small puff of smoke from Barron and Collins. Huge fight going on behind. Thanks for the camera caught it. There goes Allen up the inside. Buki might have to capitulate and have no choice but to give him the place. And another place lost to Buki. It could be another one if he's not careful, because here comes Kevin Talbot looking back up the inside into Williams. And Hamilton, excuse me, and he almost makes it. Buki's on the grass. He puts 2 wheels on the grass, breaks the splitter on the EK Civic. That'll hurt his downforce. But across the Dave, and what did I say? He doesn't give up a place that easy. He's a very feisty racer, is Dave Buki, and he doesn't let a position go unless he absolutely has to. And he defended that right one to the end, but he started with lap in 5th. He's down to 9th. So he's got all sorts to try and make up that, and the damage to the splitter as well, after running wide over the curb and the grass, won't be helping the handling either. Less than 7 minutes to go. Challenge on for the lead. I think that was also having a little peek up the inside into the bomb hole on this lap. He tried it as they come through Coram. This car just moving around a little bit as he turns in through the first pot. This almost never-ending right-hander. And this is a repeat of what we had in race 1, because Collins was on the back of Barron at the end of race 1, and it turned into the fight for 3rd position after Talbot retired on the final lap. Now Self is lining up right, I'm imagining, for a possible move here down the pit straight to try and challenge him for position. And these 2 here fighting for 3rd have got to be careful, because Dan Brown's coming along nicely in 5th position. Look at lap times. Last lap for Brown was a 2 minute 6.151. And he's lapping faster than everyone else in front. He was actually the personal best for him. The closest lap times are the cars in the lead in 2nd place. They did a 2 minutes 5 for Wright and a 2 minutes 6.3. 2 minutes 6.5 for Wright, 2 minutes 6.3 for Self. And then the 2 cars battling for 3rd did 2 minute 8. So certainly the cars behind are closing in, and what could be quite a titanic scrap for 3rd if the 3 cars that are charging along get their way. Down to Agostini, less than 6 minutes to go. Self is filling the mirrors of Phil right here, not giving him any space to relax whatsoever, using all the curb on the exit, all the road that's available to him, and Self is pushing like crazy. And there's 2 cars that have come together at the hairpin. One is Anthony Allett, the other one is Sammy Milam, and Milam gets away. Allett tried to, and it does eventually, but he's dropped behind a few of the Class B cars. There was a tangle between 2 of them then. Into the pit lane has come James Kiff behind me as well, so problems for the Integra. He won't score well, sadly, for this race, I'm afraid. As the fight for 3rd again turns its way through Williams, and now Collins now's got a real chance to sense a move here, but they've got to be careful, because Dan Brown might get a run on the pair of them if he gets close enough. Watch for that battle in the background for 3rd place. Here come the leaders into Brundle and Nelson. Phil Knight, again, 2023 champion, proving why he's a champion, holding on to that place as much as he can. They sweep through the shot. What about 3rd, 4th and 5th? They're all thumping the curb, but Barron holds on for the time being. And Tommy Knight's charging along as well. He was just flashed through the shot in the background. He's in 6th position. His last lap was a 2:07.536. He wasn't as quick as Dan Brown, but again, he's still quicker than the cars in 3rd and 4th. And now it's side by side. It's Dan Brown. He's interrupting Collins' battle with Barron. Up the inside he goes through Coram. They're wheel to wheel for 4th place. And now the best of forward defence is attack. Up the inside goes Collins. Forces Barron wide. He's over the curb on the exit. Here comes Dan Brown with a straight line drag race. The 2 EG Civics here going to be wheel to wheel down the pit straight. And even though Barron has the toe on Collins, it's not enough. They're going to go down the pit straight. Collins throws the block. It's going to make it almost 3 abreast down towards Ritchie's. It is almost 3 abreast. Collins on the inside. Barron in the middle. Brown on the outside. Can he get the undercut? The answer is no. And Barron holds on to the place. Meanwhile, for the leader, change down at Wilson Hairpin. Self up the inside. It's all going. Race number 2 here at Snetterton. Fantastic. Fight for lead, fight for 3, or fight for 3rd place. Tommy Knight's charging along, so is Kevin Talbot. The cream rises to the top. We shouldn't forget Class B though. Shouldn't forget them. Class B, Sammy Linster still leads, but Dan Thackeray just half a second behind him in 2nd place in class. Cunningham is up to 3rd. Then it's Barker in 4th position. And Sammy Milam, even though he did have that spin, still holds somehow 5th position in class. Class C, I should mention also, is Houchin still ahead of Rowling, and the gap between them is 1.7 seconds. So the newer FN2 Honda Civic holding off the EP3. There goes James Alford. I think we're looking back for our Class B runners to see where they are. Just coming through the shot any moment now. Watching on the string, they just came through for a second. They're flicking into shot. There they are. Here's our Class B contingent. Now, Dan Thackeray charging after Sam Linster, who was on the class pole since the start of the race. He's helped the race lead since the starting class here. I think for the first proper time he's defending, but Thackeray locking up into Agostini won't help his cause. Tighter exit. Thackeray holds on to the place. Also, as well, I can see that Lewis Barker's giving Ryan Cunningham some headaches here in 3rd place. We'll keep back to that in a second. Now look at this. You've got practically all 6 or 7 cars battling for position. This is the fight for 3rd only. There go the top 2 through the shot. It's now Collins back up to 3rd. It's now Brown 4th. Barron's dropped back to 5th. Tommy Knight's right behind him in 6th, and also closing up quickly is Kevin Talbot. Out through the bomb hole. How much would Dan Brown love to seal off the winner? Seal off a very difficult weekend, a tricky weekend of ups and downs, with a podium, especially after that quick drive shaft rebuild the team did for him in the last couple of hours. He would love to get a podium. He puts 2 wheels onto the EG Civic, hopping the curb at Murray's. He is pushing like crazy. Down the pit straight they go then. What about the battle for 5th place behind? Because Bob Barron, I think, was under big pressure from both Tommy Knight and Kevin Talbot closing in. Watch for the blue Civic in the background. He's looking for position. There was Dan Brown up the inside. Dan Brown was going for 3rd place up the inside at Ritchie's. When you look, there's so much action to look at. There's so much going on, and Brown has got through. So a big dive up the inside into Ritchie's. Brown makes the move. Now you see Tommy Knight attacking Barron. Barron's also coming back at Collins after he must have got out wide. Little tap in the tail. I'm still here for him. Can I come through, please? And he throws the block on Tommy Knight as well, thinking, come on, Bob, give me some room here. He looks up the inside again into Palmer. Oh, sideways again for Bob Barron. Lots of oversteer in that EG Civic, and it's not helping him at all here. Better momentum off the corner for Knight. Barron doesn't go defensive straight away. Here comes Knight again thinking about it. Another lock up all the way into the apex. The corner goes out deep. The car's bouncing around on the exit. Again, 3 wheels. And here comes Knight on the exit now. Is it a drag race? If there is a drag race, Barron wins it, but only just holds on. Now, I think with lap time left, are we going to get just about one more lap? We might well do. We'll have to wait and see. They crossed the line with, what, 2 minutes, 15 seconds to go. I think they're going to get one more lap because a lap time, the top lap times here are 2:05s and 2:06s. So I think we're going to see one more as Barron gets very sideways again. He almost loses it. How did he catch that? Tommy Knight had to lift out, and it's 2 places for the price of 1 for Kevin Talbot. That's the easiest overtake he's made all weekend. Barron got very sideways. Knight had to back out of it to not make contact, and Talbot said, cheers, boys. I'm charging straight past. Fantastic. That's 2 for the price of 1, and Kevin Talbot gets a free pass into the top 5. So there he goes, and that's Liam Collins. Liam Collins has got a problem. Maybe that's mechanical or damage, I can't quite see. I don't want to say, has he lost a wheel? Has Liam Collins lost a wheel? He might well have lost a whether he has not, I'm not sure, but the car's pulled up and it didn't look like there was a wheel on the left front. How very bizarre. It's all kicking off in the last couple of minutes here in Racing Honda. This is why it's one of the best championships in the country, because the action is non-stop and guaranteed from start to finish. So whilst the Class A leaders go through, it's now Dan Brown in 3rd place. Talbot's up to 4th. Tommy Knight is now still 6th behind Bob Barron. He still holds 5th position. Back to Class B, we should mention. Dan Thackeray has taken the lead, so he is now in front of Sammy Linster. He's on course for another class win. Then it's Cunningham 3rd, Barker 4th, and Milam in the top 5. And for Class C, Rowling now ahead of Houchin, and the gap is now just under half a second. Barron really ragged on the exit of Wilson Hairpin, and this gives Knight the opportunity to get through. Meanwhile, the leaders are into Agostini for the final time, and Phil Wright still chasing hard after Will Self. Will Self will take his 3rd victory. Just noting also, seeing out my commentary box window as you watch the battle on screen here, it's tight between, looks like, I think, Cunningham and Barker for, I think it looks like, 3rd in Class B. If we can pick that up on the cameras, that would be pretty decent. Still watching this fight for 5th, though, between Bob Barron and Tommy Knight. As there goes Talbot. There goes, in the foreground, went Dan Brown in third place. He'll be glad of a podium finish. But Will Self, I said to watch for him from the second row of the grid. Both of those cars that were on the second row definitely were the ones to watch after they got the best starts. They managed to almost make it 4 abreast down towards Richie's corner for the first time. They're just possibly hanging back to see where our Class B cars are on the live stream if you're watching. We're waiting. Something will appear in a second up at Williams' corner. There goes James Allen. Was that James Orford, I think, went through? Yeah, that was Orford in the EK Civic. What about the Class B leaders? They're going to come through shortly, I hope. Yes, there they are. There's Dan Thackeray. So that was worth the wait. Dan Thackeray on course then to pick up another Class B victory. There goes Lintzner. Meanwhile, to the checkered flag. He waits for 1 victory after his first at Cadwell and 2 come along at once in 1 weekend. It's back to victory circle for Will Self, who takes race win number 3 of the season in round 8 of Racing Honda's 2025. It is second place for Phil Wright, and Dan Brown sets the fastest lap of the race and picks up a podium on his cameo appearance back in the championship. For 4th, it goes to Kevin Talbot. That's a bit of a reprieve after retiring. 5th for Bob Barron, 6th for Tommy Knight. And then James Allen, who scores no points, of course, comes home in 7th place. So those points instead will go to James Orford, who's just making his way out of Murray's now. So we'll see him come across the line in a few moments' time. And then we will see our Class B runners come to take the flag. Here comes Orford to pick up the 8th position, but it'll be 7th in terms of point scorers. There's a charge on for 2nd as Cunningham could almost get 2nd place on the run to a line here. It's going to be pretty close. Dan Thackeray will come to the checkered flag, and he will take another Class B victory. To the line for 2nd place. Lintzner, Cunningham to the line. Who got it? It is Lintzner by 0.183 of a second. So Lintzner holds on for a 2nd place finish. And in terms of results, I'm sure that's his best of the season. If I look at his results so far this season for Sammy Lintzner, he has so far, what's his best result? It is his best result. He took a pair of 3rd places so far this season, 1 at Cadwell and 1 at Donington Park, but that's his best Class B result of the season. So P2 for Sammy Lintzner, 3rd for Ryan Cunningham. So yes, he has lost some points, but it's still 3rd place. He's got some damage control there. And then it was, in terms of class positions below that, 4th went to Lewis Barker and 5th went to Sammy Milan, despite the contact he had with Nicholas Allett. And for Class C, it's Matt Rowling again victorious. And he comes across the line with a winning margin of 1.9 seconds over Callum Houchin. There are our Class C winners just coming across the line in shot now. Well, talk about entertainment. Racing Hondas delivers yet again, and Will Self is the man on the top step of the podium in Class A and overall, and he wins once again his 3rd win of the season by 1.2 seconds from Phil Wright. And Dan Brown, in his 1 and only appearance of the season, well, he reminds us all why he's reigning Class A champion. That is 3rd place and a trophy to take home. Kevin Talbot charges through to 4th ahead of Bob Barron, who was all over the place and more in that race, as was Tommy Knight in 6th, then James Allen 7th, but scores no points as a guest entry, and then it's James Orford in 8th. Then Class B saw Dan Thackeray take another win in class to hopefully extend his championship lead. Sam Lintzner with his best Class B result of the season with 2nd. Then it's Ryan Cunningham, Lewis Barker and Sammy Milam after his contact with Anthony Allett in the top 5. And Duncan Holloway takes a top 6 in Class B, 14th overall. Then Luke Crassus-Menu comes next in 15th. Anthony Allett recovered to 16th after the contact with Milam. Then it's Matt Rowling, who wins Class C once again by about 2 seconds or so by Callum Houchin in 18th overall. And the cars we lost in that race for Liam Collins, Dave Buki, who must have pitted or had an issue after he ran wide and broke his front splitter. James Kiff, who came to the pit lane with issues, and Fraser McNeil, who pulled up on the back straight of the Bentley straight early in the race as well. And breathe. That was quite a day's racing for more ways than one, for so many reasons for the Racing Hondas. And that, incredibly, is the first half of the season done. There is still 4 more meetings left to go in the championship. The next one is coming up at Alton Park, and that's coming up next month in August in just a couple of weeks' time. That is coming up, if we look at the calendar, 25th of August, rounds 9 and 10. Then we have a double header of meetings in September, the first of which is going to be rounds 11 and 12 back at Brands Hatch for a second visit to Kent. Then we go to rounds 13 and 14 on the 27th of September. That's across the border into Knockhill in Fife in Scotland. So certainly there's going to be plenty of home support for the Kilty K-Swaps drivers. And then the final round of the season for rounds 15 and 16 see us back here in October on the 200 layout at Snetterton to settle, if it hasn't been done already, our class and overall champions in the 2025 Racing Hondas Championship. So, plenty of talking points from that race. Will Self, of course, picking his way through from 4th on the grid to take a victory. Phil Wright coming through from 3rd place to take 2nd on the road, but led for half that race after being passed by Self into the Wilson hairpin. Dan Brown will be pleased with that. He came through from quite deep in the field. He came from quite towards the back, if I'm correct. He was 13th in class, right at the back of the Class A field, and came away 10 places higher, 3rd on the podium, which is pretty extraordinary. So amazing driving from the defending Class A champion, again reminding us why he's Class A champion. 4th going to Kevin Talbot. Again, that's a solid drive from the back of the Class A group. Then it was Bob Barron in 5th. He was on the front row start and was in the mix of the lead, but had to kind of settle for a P5 after his car got a little tail happy more than once throughout that race yet again. One thing he's also mentioned, Dan Brown set the new fastest lap of the race. It won't... This will be tricky. I'm not sure if it's going to be the fastest lapper that we've had, because the key thing's going to be is that Dan Brown did set a 2:04 in the first part of race 1. Whether or not that counts as the fastest lap or not to go into the record books, we'll wait and see. We'll let our statisticians and coordinators work out who's got what. For Class B, again, solid job from Dan Thackeray. He's only lost 1 race all season, and that was when he had a DNF. Every single time he's finished a race, he's finished as class winner. And that's crucial because, of course, remember, you score points towards your class, but how many points you score in class also goes towards where you are in the overall championship. And I'm certain that Dan Thackeray should still be leading by the time, now that we leave Snetterton to go forwards to Alton Park in a few weeks' time, roughly about just over a month's time or so. Sam Lindsay will be delighted with a 2nd place finish. Again, as I mentioned, his best ever finish in Class B. Ryan Cunningham, he might see it as damage limitation. Still 3rd, still a podium, still really good result. Shouldn't be too disappointed with that, I hope. And then Lewis Barker, 4th for Europa Crash Centre, and Sammy Milam, he got away with that one. A little bit of a tangle with Anthony Allett, but managed to still pick up a 5th position and a top 5 place in class. And yet again for Class C, Matt Rowling, once again, getting the best of Callum Houchin, who led early on. But again, the position swapped. He won by almost just about 2 seconds. And in the end, it's another class win for him. So he'll be hoping to keep that momentum up into the second half of the year. But of course, for those of you watching, thanks very much for watching. It's not over just yet. We should have the podiums in a little while. We're well inside curfew. The curfew is at, we've still got roughly 18 minutes to go. So we should be able to hopefully fit in podiums pretty quickly if we can get them done and round them up down there. I'm sure the coordination teams are going to be hurriedly trying to round up our class winners so that the very lovely Charlie can interview them for post-race interviews for the top class winners in A, B and C. Okay, remember that the next outing that you'll find both Time Attack and Racing Hondas is going to be at Alton Park, and I'm right in saying, I'm sure, unless I'm going to get crucified by this, I'm sure, I believe it's going to be, yes, at Tunafest North. So if you want to be around as part of Tunafest North on Bank Holiday Monday, which is Monday the 25th of August, that's going to be quite fun. Tunafest powered by Lucas Oil. Again, thank you to Lucas Oil for all their support and for making this live stream possible. For those of you who have been watching on the Tegiwa channel and also the Lucas Oil channels, thank you for watching. Be sure to subscribe to those respective channels also for Tegiwa and Lucas Oil. Do the same also for Alpha Live, for our brilliant production partners, and also to the Time Attack channel as well. Be sure to hit subscribe on all 4 of them. Make sure you hit the notification bell icon so you get notified in your YouTube inbox when all these live streams go active. And then, of course, on top of that, the rest of the season after that, as we mentioned, we go to Brandtach at the beginning of September, then to Knockhill at the end of September, and then we'll be back here at Snetterton on the 19th of October for the season finale of Racing Hondas. Of course, they'll be on the shorter 200 layout, which means they'll be turning out of the Wilson hairpin, and instead of going down towards Palmer, the left-hander like they have done, they'll quickly flick left, back onto the Bentley Straight, quite unlike the old school Snetterton, where it used to be Ritchie's and Sear, then the Revit Straight, as it used to be called. So that'll be quite fun to watch them battling that one. And of course, being October, you never can tell with the weather, so are we going to get some wet weather? We hope not. I think it might be cold, but hopefully it'll stay dry for our season finale. And who knows, rain could be the big catalyst. It could be the big game changer when it comes to seeing who's on top in the championship. Thank you to everyone who's been part of the race meeting. Should say thank you, if you haven't already, to all the fantastic Orange Army, the Marshals, of course. Fantastic job for them as well. They all do it voluntarily, mind you, and we can't ever praise Marshals enough because they do it voluntarily for the sport they love. And genuinely, without motorsport, I don't exaggerate when we say this, without Marshals and volunteers and the officials that we have, race events like this genuinely just can't happen full stop. So their efforts are always lauded. Thank you ever so much to every single marshal, volunteer, official, team member of Time Attack and Racing Hondas, everyone that's been part of the event, our production crew, and all of you for watching as well, for supporting Time Attack. If you want to follow everything that happens for Time Attack and Racing Hondas, do follow them on social media. Facebook, I imagine they're all on Facebook, Instagram, X. I'm sure on TikTok are well on top of that as well. And yeah, it should be fun to do. We saw some great action from our hot lappers, if you like, in Time Attack in all three of the collectives that were out there today. Again, some fantastic machinery as always in Time Attack. If you get the chance to come to a Time Attack event in the second half of the season, do come and do it in person, because it's great access. You can see the cars in the paddock, you can see the back of the garages. You get some great access to talk to the drivers, talk to the teams that run the cars, see them up close, and just to learn about the championships, what Time Attack is, what Racing Hondas is, and how you get involved in these championships and how they all work. So do be sure to come down there as well. So we can find out more about that on the websites, but what we can find out more about now is how our class winners found race number 2. Let's head down to Charlie Harmon down in Park Furby with our class winners for round 8 of Racing Hondas 2025.
Hello, right, we are back fresh off of race 2 and I'm here with Will. Clean sweep today, well done.
Yeah, quite pleased with that, sort of how it should have been a couple of times earlier on in the season probably, but yeah, it was nice to get it done today. Quite difficult really to follow some of those other cars. Phil's car's so big, you're sort of following him and you think this is about where you turn in normally, and you turn in and you miss the apex by a car width, and then you have to get back on the throttle and you just run out of track, and then I got track limits for that, so I had to sort of rein it in a bit.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, but got the job done.
Yeah, definitely, and I think Phil held on for quite a while. He definitely made you work for it.
Yeah, he did. I was trying to find out sort of where I had the biggest advantage over him and where it was sort of most likely to come off and stick. But yeah, we got it done in the end.
Oh, amazing. And once you were past him, that was it, you were gone?
Yeah, once I was past him, sort of got my head down, was able to sort of stay within track limits and push on.
Perfect. Wow, amazing. Fantastic race. Well done. Congratulations. Thank you. Right, we'll get Dan over. Dan is our Class B winner here. Over he comes. It's all right. Congratulations. Well done. How was that?
Yeah, that was tough.
It worked for that one.
Yeah, I thought it would be, because when I got an okay start, but I didn't really make any progress. And then with Ryan in front, he's never going to be easy to pass. And I think I got a bit lucky, nice run on the outside of him. But yeah, we had an A-class car stuck in between us, which was a bit of a nightmare because obviously they're just much quicker down the straight. But luckily I did a do-or-die lunge on him and got up behind Sam.
Sometimes it's got to be done.
Something had to give.
Yeah.
But Sam was really quick around the infield, so I wasn't quite sure how I was going to get it done because I was a bit quicker through the faster stuff. But yeah, he just outbraked himself a little bit, and we both did, to be honest. But I got a bit more lucky, I'd say.
No, definitely. Well, it was a clean sweep today.
Yeah, I didn't expect that, to be fair, but after the mishaps this morning.
Yeah, but still holding on to the championship lead.
Perfect.
Perfect. Amazing. Well, congratulations. Thank you so much. Right, we'll grab Matt over now. Matt's our Class A. 3 for 3. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Yeah, not a bad day in the office.
No, definitely not. How was that?
Yeah, really good fun. Really close racing with Callum. So yeah, that was literally caught him on a couple of laps from the end. So yeah, that's just that's what we come
He definitely held on to that as much as he could.
He made me work hard for that. I tell you, it was great fun.
No, perfect. Obviously, heading into the next round at Alton Park, how are we feeling?
Yeah, I love Alton Park. Yeah. It's my absolute favourite track. So although I've never been there with a Civic, so we'll
see how it goes.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we'll just go for it.
Amazing. Well, hopefully hold on to the championship lead.
Let's try.
Fingers crossed. Well, amazing. Thank you so much. Well done for today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Cheers. Right, that's everything for us today here at Snetterton. Thank you so much, as always, to Lucas Oil for powering the live stream. Make sure you tune in next time with us at Alton Park.